Hey, welcome to this WordPress for Beginners course. In this course, we're going to teach you everything you need to know about setting up and managing your WordPress site. But first, let's take a look at what WordPress is and what it can do. If you're watching this, you probably already know a bit about WordPress, but let's just start with the absolute basics to be sure. WordPress is a CMS or content management system. It allows you to build a website and publish content that you want to share with the world. There are basically three things that are central to what WordPress does. First, there's an advanced text editor called the block editor that helps you write content for your post and add all kinds of media like images and videos to them. Second, it offers ways to manage and structure your content so it's an actual website and not just a collection of posts and pages. And lastly, it has all kinds of options to customize how your site works and what it looks like. Now, the really cool thing about WordPress is that there are huge libraries of ready-to-use templates and features that people have created for you to handpick and apply to your site. Some are free, some are paid. In any case, all of these resources allow you to do a lot of things, even if you don't know how to code. By making smart use of these resources, you can make your site exactly what you want it to be, which makes WordPress a very easy to use CMS. And in this course, we're going to show you exactly how to make maximum use of its beginner-friendly nature. Another great thing about WordPress is that it's both free and open source. Open source means that everyone can see and contribute to the program code that shapes WordPress. This creates a very powerful ecosystem. WordPress doesn't belong to any one company. It is freely editable by a bigger community of people who build on what's already there, improving WordPress one step at a time. That's one of the reasons why there are so many great extensions to the core of what WordPress provides and why it's so versatile. Now, let's get practical. What can you actually do with WordPress? What are your options? Well, only almost everything. As I've told you, one of the big powers of WordPress is that you can use it to do all kinds of things. Want to blog? That's what it was made for. Want an online shop? No problem, just install an e-commerce plugin. Want to set up a news site, a membership site, a photography site? I could go on, the options are countless. Because it's so easy to customize, WordPress is a very strong and flexible foundation that can house anything you want to build. In the upcoming modules, we're going to dissect this foundation completely, so you'll be able to create your website as you've always imagined it.
Hi! In the previous lesson, we've discussed what WordPress is and what you can do with it. And one of the things we talked about was that WordPress is open source. But what does that mean? In this lesson, we'll explore the definition of open source and we'll share why we at Yoast think open source is so very awesome. Okay, so what is open source? Open source software is software that's developed within a community. Everyone can use, alter and distribute the code of the software. People are encouraged to participate in and improve upon the software project. There are a lot of examples of open source software. The Mozilla Firefox internet browser, that's open source. And maybe you've heard about Linux. As we've already discussed, WordPress is an open source CMS. And of course, all of Yoast's plugins are open source too. Being open source is actually one of the core values of our company. But why do we love open source so much? Well, we basically love open source for three reasons. First of all, we believe that open source is the best way to get new innovations and new solutions to the problems we face. This comes down to two heads are just better than one. The knowledge of two people or more people combined will always exceed that of one person alone. We believe that if you work together on a solution, this will lead to better solutions. The second reason why we love open source is because it helps avoid wasting talent and skills. So, lots of people around the world are working on solving the same or similar problems. That's a waste of talent and skills. We shouldn't have to reinvent the wheel over and over again. And with open source, we share our knowledge about the invention of the wheel. We make other people benefit from our wheel, and we let other people improve upon that wheel. The third reason why we love open source is because open source is inclusive. Open source projects like WordPress invite everyone to participate, really everyone. If you want to contribute to WordPress, you can. It doesn't matter what you want to do, where you live, how much money you have, or what you look like. Everyone has their own talents, and our talents will be recognized in an open source community. Whether you have programming skills, you love translating, you'll have a superb organizational skills or a great sense of community, everyone can contribute. At Yoast, we really believe in open source. Just like WordPress, our source code is open, and other people actively contribute to making it better. And we contribute to other open source projects, like WordPress Core. The developers at Yoast learn from each other, but they also learn from all the other developers who are active in the WordPress project. Sparked your interest? In Module 8 of this course, which is optional, we'll discuss more about the story behind WordPress. How did WordPress start? What's the WordPress community like, and how can you contribute? We'll tell you all about it. But first, we'll dive into how you can use WordPress to create your own site.
In the previous video, we saw what you can do with WordPress. What we haven't talked about yet is that there are two different versions of WordPress, WordPress.com and WordPress.org. In this lesson, we'll dive into the differences between these two and we'll discuss their pros and cons. The main difference between WordPress.com and WordPress.org is who's hosting your site. WordPress.com takes care of all the hosting for you, while with WordPress.org, you take care of where you host your own website. This means that if you use WordPress.org, you have to pay for your web hosting and domain registration, while WordPress.com is free for up to 3 GB of storage space. However, if you use WordPress.com, you will have ads on your site, and you can only have a custom domain on a premium plan. Your domain will be limited to one of the available subdomains, like .home.blog or .wordpress.com, like in this example. There are paid plans available, however. They allow you to pick premium plans, which remove ads and allow you to choose your own domain, for example. This also means that if you use WordPress.org, you own your website and data, whereas if you use WordPress.com, you don't fully. If you want and need absolute freedom, then go for WordPress.org. If monetizing your site is important to you, the better option here is WordPress.org. The free version of WordPress.com doesn't allow you to sell ads on your site. If you want to advertise, you need to get a premium or business plan. Even with these plans, you'll share a part of your revenue with WordPress.com though, through a platform called WordAds. On the other hand, monetization is free if you use WordPress.org. What some people see as a con of WordPress.org, however, is that you have to do all the maintenance yourself. You have to take care of updates, backups, and security yourself. But that also means you have the freedom to choose how often you want to do backups and updates, and what kind of security measures you want to take. You don't have to worry about this if you use WordPress.com. This is all automatically taken care of. Okay, this may be a lot to take in. Let's try to make this a bit easier to understand. You could see using WordPress.com as renting a house. You have limited power and control over what you can and cannot do. However, maintenance of the house is taken care of for you. On the other hand, WordPress.org is like owning a house. You have full control and you can do anything you want with it, but you also have to maintain the house yourself. So, if you want to get the most out of your website, but also don't mind getting your hands dirty, we'd recommend using WordPress.org. This option has much better customization options, and you can install any theme, plugin, and do just about anything with your site. The rest of the course will, therefore, focus on how to use WordPress.org. Don't worry, we'll take you through every step of setting up a WordPress website. We promise, everyone can do this. After this course, you'll know how to make an awesome WordPress-based site. In the next lesson, we'll introduce all of the topics you're going to learn about in this course, and we'll introduce the example case that's going to help you understand everything even better.
In the previous videos in this module, we've discussed what WordPress is, what it can do for you, and what the difference is between WordPress.com and WordPress.org. We've also explained why this course focuses on learning to use WordPress.org. In this lesson, we'll explore the topics that we'll discuss during the course so you know what you can expect. Furthermore, we'll introduce our own example website that we're going to build from the ground up and use to illustrate how setting up a WordPress site works in practice. Let's first explore the contents of this course. The WordPress for Beginners course consists of 7 modules. The first module is the current module, Introduction to WordPress. Well, you already know what we've discussed in this module. The next module is called Getting Started with WordPress. In this module, we'll explain how you can get your WordPress site up and running by getting a domain, hosting, and a WordPress install. We'll then explore the WordPress dashboard, and we'll talk about the different ways you could use WordPress. In the third module, Customizing Your Site, we'll explain how you can customize your site. We'll discuss themes, plugins, widgets, and the WordPress Customizer. We'll also explore the different WordPress settings you can use to customize how your site functions. In the fourth module, Creating Content in the Blog Editor, we'll start by explaining what posts and pages are. Then we'll show you how to write a post or page, how to add photos and videos to those posts or pages, and how to use the different kinds of blocks the WordPress Blog Editor offers. The fifth module is called Structuring Your Site. And surprise, this module is all about structuring your site. Here we'll discuss how you should organize your posts and pages using categories, tags, and more. Then, in the sixth module, called Managing Your WordPress Site, we'll talk about having multiple users on your WordPress site. Moreover, we'll explain why doing updates and backups is so important, and we'll show you how to go about this. We'll also go into some common mistakes and how you can prevent those. Then we'll dive into WordPress security. Finally, the seventh module is called WordPress SEO. At Yoast, we believe SEO is a core aspect of website optimization. If you create a website, you want people to be able to find you, right? So, in this module, we'll go into the things WordPress does for your SEO, we'll go into how the Yoast SEO plugin can help you with the SEO for your WordPress site, and we'll talk about what you should do yourself to make sure people can find your site in the search results. So, you know what's coming? Now let's introduce the example site we'll use throughout this course. everydayimtraveling.com. To really get what this site is about, let's look at the 5 authors that set up the site. Meet Nora, Taylor, Benjamin, Arya, and Daniel. They're a group of 20-something friends whose paths crossed in Asia as they were all traveling the world independently from each other. In some late-night conversations at the hostel they were staying in, they noticed that together they had already visited all of the world's continents and dozens of countries. Right there and then, they decided to create their own travel blog. Through this blog, they want to share their travel experiences with the world and report on travel trends, tips, and much more. They've read about WordPress and what it can do for them, and they've decided to create a WordPress-based site. In the rest of this course, we'll explain how you can create a WordPress website, how you can customize it, organize it, and much more. And because our travel bloggers are facing many of the same challenges you are, we'll illustrate all of this with everydayimtraveling.com, so you'll see exactly how to go about this. That's it for this lesson. On to the next module, where you'll learn how to get started with WordPress.
As you've seen in the last video of the previous module, we've decided to set up a WordPress.org site. This means you're going to have to get hosting and a domain name. Now, the tricky thing with this topic is that how you get WordPress up and running depends on the way your hosting company has set this up. So we can't show you a one-size-fits-all tutorial video. Your hosting company should have instructions ready though, so it shouldn't be too difficult of a task to get your website up and running. What we can and will do, however, is discuss a number of things you should consider when going through the process of selecting hosting and a domain name and installing WordPress. First of all, you'll have to decide what hosting company and what plan suits your needs. We believe that investing in good hosting is always the way to go. You don't want to share servers with lots of other websites, for example, because that will slow down your site. Saving a few bucks on hosting just isn't going to be worth it in the end. In the reading materials, we'll go into everything you should consider when picking a host in more detail. And then there's the issue of picking your domain name. Domain names are a very important part of building a brand and thus require some thinking. You want people to be able to recognize you and find you if they're looking for you. That's why it's often a good idea to have a short domain name that's easy to type. If it's catchy, that helps as well, of course. Take our example site domain, everydayimtraveling.com. To be honest, it's not the first domain name I would choose. It's quite difficult and long. But still, it's catchy and it has a ring to it, so I still like it as an example site. But ideally, you'd like a shorter domain name that's easier to spell. And if you have a company, you'll probably want your company name as a domain name as well. It's also very important to consider what TLD you choose. A TLD is the last bit of your homepage URL, so for example .com or .gov or .org. Of course, .com is the most recognizable TLD, and if you're going to operate internationally, it's really often the best way to go. But good luck trying to find a good .com domain name that isn't already taken. That's one of the reasons we went for everydayimtraveling.com actually. Now, if your audience exclusively consists of people within a specific country, a country TLD could be good as well, like .nl for the Netherlands. We'll go into TLDs a bit more in the reading materials. So, let's say you've picked a host and a domain name you like. What does the process usually look after that? Well, there are different ways to go about this. For one, it's often cheaper to register a domain name and hosting separately. There are numerous sites that allow you to register a domain name, but look out. Prices vary a lot, so make sure you do proper research and compare prices. If you don't think a couple of bucks is worth the hassle, you can get your domain name and hosting all at once as well. Now, when you get hosting, it really helps to check whether your hosting company makes it easy for you to set up WordPress. Again, we'll review some of the choices you have to make when selecting a host in more detail in the reading materials. Most dedicated WordPress hosting parties make it very easy for you to set up WordPress. You simply visit the site, pick a plan, follow the instructions, and poof, you have a working WordPress installation. We've listed some suitable hosts that make installing WordPress easy for you in the reading materials. Once you've selected a plan, most hosts will ask you to choose a domain name or fill in the domain name you already have. Then it's just a matter of filling in your details and you've got your domain and hosting covered. Which leaves setting up your site. As I've said before, this really depends on how the hosting company has set this up. But let's just focus on a few things you should definitely pay attention to. What's very important is that you set up your admin account properly. Never use admin as the username. Pick your own custom username and pick a strong password, preferably one that you save in a password manager. Secondly, let's talk security. Always make sure your website is on HTTPS. We're not going to go into the details too much because it gets technical very quickly, but suffice it to say that HTTPS is an encrypted, safer way of sending data than HTTP. And this makes your site more secure, and the SSL certificates required for this are often included in your hosting plan. Some hosting parties will even set it up automatically for you, so it's probably wise to pick one that does. If you don't, make sure you put in the effort to configure it when setting up your site. How exactly you do this, again, depends on your hosting company. So they should have the proper tutorials to help you. And if not, you'll always be able to contact them for support. Lastly, I'd like to note that once you've completed the installation, your site is always available to you in your browser by navigating to your domain name /WP admin. So for example, everydayimtraveling.com/WP admin. You log in with your username and password, which means we're ready to start exploring WordPress itself now in the next video.
Hi. So, now you know which things you should take into account when selecting a host. Now let's see how things actually work in practice. We can't cover it all because things work just a little differently for each hosting company. In this screencast, we'll show you how it works for SiteGround. Not because we think this is the best hosting company or the biggest or the cheapest. We do think it's a good host, but it sure is not the only one. In fact, we've created a list for you on yoast.com/WordPress hosting, and this list contains only reliable and dedicated WordPress hosts. This list could be a good starting point when you're trying to find a host that fits your specific needs. Anyway, we chose SiteGround for this video because it's on this list, and we have experience with this host ourselves, and therefore we could show you more details of the practical process. Now, let's get started with the practical part. Let's click this link to get some more information on our example host, SiteGround. Here you can see some features. It comes with free SSL. We've talked about this before, it makes your site more secure, so that's included. A CDN is also very useful. It can improve the loading speed of your site. And we'll come back to that in a later module about WordPress SEO. Next, you can see the PHP version SiteGround supports. PHP is important for your site speed as well, and for security too. PHP is the programming language that's used to build and maintain WordPress. WordPress itself encourages updating to its recommended version, which is PHP 7.3 right now, which is the latest version. So we're good because 7.3 is the default version for this host. Now, there's more to read on this page about the admin interface, support-related things, and the locations of the server, and how this host gives back to the community. Let's assume that we've read all of this, it feels right, and you want to know what plans this host offers. Let's click this link to visit the actual site of SiteGround and find out more. WordPress hosting, yes, that's what I'm looking for. Let's click it. Officially recommended by WordPress.org. That's always good. Now, it seems that they offer 3 different plans: Startup, Grow Big, and Go Geek. Of course, each plan has a different price tag. Questions you have to ask yourself. How many websites do I have? How many web space do I need? How many visitors do I expect? Let's say the startup plan fits my needs best. Take a look at the extra features over here. Free WordPress install. Okay, so the installation of WordPress is taken care of. Free WordPress migrator. Okay, if I already have a site and I want to migrate it to this host, then my host will take care of it. Free SSL and HTTPS, there it is again. Free email, free CDN, free daily backups, and of course a lot more. Let's scroll down a bit to see what's there. On the left, more information about launching a new WordPress website. We save you the trouble of downloading, installing, and configuring WordPress manually by offering a simple click and install option. That's nice. No technical knowledge required. Great. On the right, you can learn more about how to transfer or migrate an existing site from another host to this host. And over here, you can find more information about security and updates and performance. Now, let's say I've done my research and I've made up my mind. It's going to be the startup plan for me. So, get me that plan. As you can see, I've selected my plan. And step 2 is to choose a domain name. If you want to register your domain here for this price, then enter your domain name here and select your TLD. As we've said before, you don't have to register your domain with your hosting account if you don't want to. You can register your domain elsewhere too. Or maybe you already have an existing site with the registered domain name. In both cases, you can click the other option, enter your domain name, and then proceed. In my case, let's say I want to register a new domain. Let's enter the details one more time and click Proceed. And it's still available. That's of course not always the case. For example, let's enter Yoast.com to see what happens. This domain is already taken. So let's stick to everydayimtraveling.com. Step 3 is review and complete. Fill in your details, check your order, which is in this case a startup plan for 12 months and domain registration, and then pay. Done. What happens next, again, depends on the hosting company you've chosen. Maybe you're redirected to your hosting account directly, or maybe you'll receive an email with instructions to log in somewhere. In the next video, we'll show you how it works for SiteGround.
after we've purchased the SiteGround plan, we are redirected to the SiteGround dashboard at my.siteground.com. Here, we will see various options having to do with our account, as you can see as I'm scrolling down. We're going to focus on the most important thing right now, and that is to connect our domain to an actual installation. So I'm going to go ahead and click on Websites. And in the following screen, you can see that there currently is not a website in our account. So the logical step is to add a website. So we want to click here at the bottom where it says Create Website. Now, the moment that I do this, I am prompted with the next option, and that is to choose the domain. And that can be a new domain, an existing domain, or a temporary domain. But since we have already purchased our domain, we're going to click on Existing Domain and select that one. You can see from the moment that I've clicked on Existing Domain, we have the option to enter our domain name here at the bottom. So every day I'm traveling is the domain we said we're going to use. So as we click on Continue, we're going to see that indeed the domain we wish to use is not registered at our SiteGround account. So we have to make sure that in order to have access to this domain, we will need to update its DNS settings after we've created the site. But we're going to pretend that this has already been done, and I'm going to click Continue anyway. Now the next step is where we can actually start creating a new website. So Start a New Website is what we're going to select here. And as I click Select, I am prompted with a bunch of applications to choose from. Obviously, we're going to select the very first one, the WordPress application. So we select that one, and we are immediately prompted with an extra input field to set up my WordPress login. Once I've entered both my email address and password, the one I want to use for the administrator account for my WordPress site, I will click Continue. And the last step of the adding a new website wizard presents me with the option to also install or activate a SiteGround site scanner on my account. We're going to ignore that for now and just click Finish. Now the next step is all happening behind the screens, and SiteGround is actually creating a fully installed WordPress installation for us. Once the SiteGround site installer has finished, we can click on Websites menu tab again, and then we can see here that everydayimtraveling.com is indeed connected to our hosting account. It displays the WordPress logo, so that means we have a WordPress installation ready at everydayimtraveling.com. So the next thing we're going to do is click on the button here at the right where it says WordPress Kit. Once I click that, I am presented with a bunch of tools that we can use. Our first job is to jump into the WordPress admin itself, so that's what we're going to do. We're going to enter our login credentials that we've created in an earlier step. From the moment we have started the login process, we are taken to a next wizard, and that wizard is called the WordPress Starter, and it will guide us through a few steps to welcome us to our WordPress website. So we're just going to click Start Now at the bottom. And we can choose different types of themes. We're not going to do that. We're going to stay with the default, in this case, 2017 theme. And the next step is us clicking on Continue at the very bottom. Once I click Continue, I am presented with a few other options. I can select a contact form. I can select a shop plugin if I need it, or a few other ones. I'm going to ignore what the other options are here and basically just hit Continue and only select the contact form, as you can see. And the next step is probably the most important one, because here you have the option to optimize for SEO. So we're going to select that one. We're going to hit Complete. And the installation is now in progress, meaning our WordPress installation is going to be prepared by the options we have selected in the past 3 steps. It's installing the theme. It's importing some sample data. And congratulations, our site is ready. So we have successfully completed the installations of everything that we selected. And the next step we're going to do is go to our dashboard. Now, this isn't the default dashboard. This is a specialized dashboard created by SiteGround, so your actual dashboard will look different. But I'm just going to scroll down and see what's here. And I'm going to check one specific menu item here where it says SG Optimizer, which stands for SiteGround Optimizer. We're going to click on that and see what type of options we have here. Now, the most important one for now is the environment optimization, because we do want to make use of HTTPS. That is a more secure way of serving your website to visitors. This will force HTTPS. That is exactly what we want. So we're going to hit Confirm. And now HTTPS is available. Next step is go back to the dashboard. And for that, we need to log in once more. And now we're done.
Now that you have installed WordPress, in this video, I will show you how to navigate the WordPress backend. The backend is your control room. From here, you can share the magic you create with the world. Or put less poetically, from the backend you can add, edit, and remove the content on your website, as well as control what your site looks like. One thing to note before we start exploring the WordPress backend is that depending on your host, a couple of things may look slightly different in your WordPress installation. For example, your host may add different sample pages from the standard WordPress ones, or install some plugins by default. We are working with a clean local install that is a completely basic setup. As you can already see on the screen, there is a lot you can do. In this video, I will briefly show you the options in the toolbar and the dashboard. In the next video, we will also see the options in the admin menu. We will go into much more detail on all of the options you see here in the other videos of this course. So let's begin. At the top of the screen, you can see the toolbar. This is your administrator toolbar, and it does not appear to people visiting your website. The first icon you see in the toolbar is the WordPress logo. From here, you can easily access WordPress-related sites and documents. Furthermore, by clicking on the name of your page, you will be taken to a screen that shows your home page. This is what your visitors see when they go to your site. You could use this option to see what any changes you've made actually look like. Now let's go back to the toolbar and see the next option, which allows you quick access to the comments screen. Finally, the toolbar menu item titled New allows you to quickly write new posts, upload new media, write pages, and add new users. On the right side of the toolbar, you can edit your profile and log out. By clicking your login name or Edit My Profile, you will access the profile screen. Here you can add some personal information such as your name and contact info. And most importantly, at the bottom of the screen is where you can change your password. Now that we've seen the toolbar, let's go to the more exciting part, the dashboard. When you first logged in with WordPress, you probably saw the welcome message. This message is within a box that we call a dashboard widget. When you are new to WordPress, everything may seem intimidating. So the WordPress developers created this widget with the intention to guide you through the most important first steps you can take in creating your site. Below, you can see that there are a few other widgets as well. Now, the widgets that you see on your dashboard are just the default ones. When you install plugins, other widgets may show up here as well, and that will allow you to manage your site in various ways. But let's quickly see what each of these default widgets provides. The At a Glance widget shows you what the current number of your posts, comments, and pages is. It also shows you what version of WordPress you are currently using, as well as the theme that you have activated. You can see that the options for posts, comments, and pages are blue. That means that you can click on them and be taken to their respective editing screens. For a more detailed preview of your posts and comments, there is the Activity widget. First, you can see the most recent published posts and their titles. Click on them and you will be taken to the post editing screen, where you can make changes if necessary. Below the recently published posts are the recent comments. The recent comment section in this widget allows you more than meets the eye. From here, you can see who commented and access their profile, as well as view the comment and the post it relates to. As you may be aware, comments sometimes need managing, and there are plenty of options for that here. For example, you can choose to unapprove, quickly reply, edit, mark as spam, delete, or view a comment. Lastly, this widget gives you an overview and quick access to all the comments on your website. Moving on to the Quick Drafts widget. If you have a new post idea and you want to jot it down quickly, you can do it via the Quick Drafts widget. All you need to do is enter a title, write a piece of text, and click Save. As the title suggests, this is just a draft and it will not be published on your site. Clicking on the link of the draft will take you to the post screen, where you can edit the draft and write a longer, complete version of your idea. Finally, in the WordPress News and Events, you are offered a quick glimpse into the WordPress world. By clicking on the links to Meetups, WordCamps, and news, you can learn more about these topics. The widgets that we talked about are not static or set in stone. You can easily move, close, open, or delete them from your dashboard. If you hover over the top of one of the widgets, you can see a cross arrow appear. By clicking and holding your left mouse button and dragging the arrow, you can move these widgets around. You are free to arrange the widgets as you wish. If some of them are not useful to you, you can also choose to close them. Every widget has an arrow pointing upward in the upper right corner. By clicking on the arrow, you will see the widget close or collapse. The arrow is now pointing downwards. If you want to open the widget again, simply click on the downward pointing arrow. If you want to get rid of a widget completely, you can do that via the Screen Options. The Screen Options tab is located in the upper right corner below the Administrator tab. Click on it and you will see a menu that contains the widgets we discussed with ticked boxes next to them. If you untick a box of a respective widget, it will no longer be on your dashboard. If you want to put it back, just tick the box again. That is your dashboard and all you can do in it. In the next video, we will explore some more ways you can work with your site through the admin menu.
Hi, welcome back. In the previous video, we saw the options there are in the administrator toolbar and in the dashboard in your WordPress backend. In this video, we will explore the admin menu. Well, first things first, where can you find the admin menu? Well, at the far left of your screen. You can either hover over the menu item to see the tabs and then click on the one you need, or you can click on the menu item itself and then click the tab you want to go to. Let's now go into the menu items one by one and see the options they have. At the top of the admin menu is the dashboard, which we already discussed. By clicking the dashboard menu item, you can also see the Updates tab. The Updates tab gives you access to the update screen from where you can get information on which version of WordPress you are using and if your plugins and themes are all up to date. You can also take actions and manually check for updates, as well as reinstall updates. Now let's move on to one of the most important menu items of the admin menu, Posts. This is the command center for writing and managing your posts. And you will probably spend a lot of time here working on your content and perfecting your posts. And of course, we will tell you all about how to write a post in a later video. Now, let's preview what exactly you can do here. Click on the Posts menu item and you will see the post screen open under the All Posts tab. The most important is the Add New button and the Add New tab. Both give you access to the same screen where you can add brilliant texts, beautiful images and other media. If you go back, you will see the other options that you have. The post screen shows you all the posts you have created so far. You can see who created them, the categories and tags that they were assigned, the number of comments and the date of publishing. You can hover over the title of a post to reveal more editing and managing options. Once you have a lot of posts, it will be difficult to navigate all of them from a list. That's why you can filter your posts by date or by category when searching for them. You can also take actions such as deleting and editing more posts at once. And you can also search your posts via the Search Post button. As you can see, the Post menu item also contains the tabs Categories and Tags. Let's keep it simple for now, because there's a whole video about categories and tags waiting for you in a later module. For now, it's enough to know that categories allow you to classify your posts into groups or subgroups, and this makes it easier for visitors to navigate your site. If you click on the Categories tab in the admin menu, you will see a screen where you can add, edit, assign and delete categories. Besides categories, you can also add tags to your texts. As you can see, this screen is very similar. Just like categories, tags can help your visitors navigate your site. Now, let's explore the Media menu item, which allows you to manage your media. Media can be anything: photos, videos, audio. Usually, you add your media when preparing your post and while working in the post screen. We'll show you this in a later video as well. But here, you can view, edit and delete media that you have already uploaded. To navigate the library with more ease, you can search for media items in the search box. And you can also search or sort based on the type of item or the date. You can upload new media files by clicking the button Add New, or by clicking the tab over here. Now let's see what's below the Media menu item. This item is called Pages. What's the difference between a post and a page? Do you know? It's vital information, so we'll explain the difference in a separate video later on. However, the All Pages tab, which takes you to the overview of all your pages, is very similar to the All Posts tab. And the same goes for the Add New tab, where you can create new pages. Moving on. Next in the admin menu is the Comments menu item that takes you to the Comments screen. Here you can see and access the comments that your readers leave on your posts. From here you can also approve comments or unapprove, provide replies, edit, mark as spam, or simply delete. You may have noticed by now that the menu items and their respective tabs and screens we went over are similar. And they all allow you to control what you post, what your posts contain, what comments appear on your site, and so on and so forth. Besides controlling the content of your website, you also have a lot of options to edit its appearance through the Appearance menu item. First, there is the Themes tab that lets you control what your website looks like. You can see the default installed themes here. Only this one is activated. It's important to know that your theme influences the options you have in your Appearance menu item. Another theme could provide more tabs here. You can find yourself a new theme by clicking the Add New button. You can further customize your website via the Customize menu item. Here, you can change the active theme and you can customize the site identity, colors, how the menus and widgets appear on your site, and what is shown on the homepage. Again, the options you have here are influenced by the theme that is active on your site. If you're able to code, you can also insert your code via the additional CSS option. Going back to the admin menu, under the Appearance tab we have the widgets. Widgets are simple pre-built blocks that you can add to your site, like a search bar or a map to locate your store. You can manage them through the widgets screen. On the left, you'll see the available widgets, and on the right, you'll find the areas on your site where you can place them. Which widgets and widget areas you see here, again, depends on your theme and on the plugins you're using. Okay, next, the Menus tab. Here you can create and edit the menus that appear on your website. And finally, when it comes to appearance, you can edit the themes in the theme editor. But for this, you need to know how to code. If you are unfamiliar with coding, it's best not to touch this part. The next menu item is called Plugins. Plugins make it possible for you to add some extra features to your website. You can add a new plugin with this button over here or by clicking the tab Add New. In the overview, you can manage the plugins that you have installed. For us, this screen is empty because we haven't installed any plugins yet. For the advanced user, there's also the plugin editor where you can make changes to the code of the plugin. You need coding skills for this, so for now we will not go into that. Let's move on and see what the Users menu item is about. I know it's a long video, but we're almost there. The All Users tab shows you all the users of the website. Here you can add users and edit the role of each user on your website. What's a user? Well, it really depends on the type of site you have. There are user roles like admin, subscriber, author, and much more. Depending on the roles you assign, the rights of what a user can do will differ. You can edit your own profile by clicking the Your Profile tab. Here you can add information, change your name, add a profile picture. In the admin menu, there's also the Tools menu item. You can see the available tools here. If you migrated from a different platform or system, you can import your posts and comments via the Import tab. For example, if you want to import posts, comments and users from a Blogger blog, you can do it here. You can also import content from another WordPress site. And you can import, but you can also export your content. As you can see, you can download your posts, pages and media in an exportable file. Besides the content of your page, you can also export or delete your personal data. And let's not forget the site health check, a really cool feature of WordPress 5.2. If you click it, you see two tabs, Status and Info. And the percentage over here, which is an indication of how healthy your site is. In our case, that's 81%. And we have 3 recommendations to improve this. If you click the arrow, you'll get some background information about the issue and an actionable advice. If you click Past Tests, you can see the other items that were checked. The other tab, Info, shows you a lot of information about the configuration of your WordPress site, all in one place. Could be really handy if, for example, a support engineer or a developer wants to know some technical details about your site and you don't know what he or she means and where you can find it. You can now easily export this info and create a list for them with this button. Really helpful. Finally, we have arrived at the last menu item in the admin menu, the settings. By the way, it's very well possible that more admin menu items will appear in your backend. Plugins, for example, can add more items. Okay, back to the settings. Yes. Well, since this video is already quite long, I'll not discuss them here. We've created a separate lesson about the settings in Module 3. We'll also dive a little bit deeper into themes, widgets, plugins, and other ways to customize your site. So don't worry if this is all a bit overwhelming. We will take you through all the different options step by step in the following modules. It's going to be fun!
In the previous lessons of this module, you've learned how to get WordPress up and running. We've also shown you what the WordPress backend looks like and what you can do with it. However, there's one important question we haven't discussed yet. How will you use WordPress? So that's what this video will be about. WordPress started as a blogging platform. However, over the years, it evolved into a full content management system, which can be used to build all kinds of websites. You can use WordPress in many different ways: to create a blog, a business website, an online store, a membership website, or to sell online courses. You could also use WordPress to create an online portfolio, a forum, an online resume, a job listing site, a knowledge base, or a help desk. With the right themes and plugins, the possibilities of WordPress are endless. But before you start building your WordPress site, it's important to think about what you want to achieve with your site. What's the mission of your site? The mission of your website consists of the ideas you have about your website. Every website owner has certain expectations of their visitors. You want them to read your post or to buy your products. Perhaps you want to inform or entertain your readers, or to improve their lives with your awesome products. Your mission is the foundation of your website, so you shouldn't think too lightly of this. Take the time and literally write down the mission of your website. You have to come up with one mission, one message to send to your audience. Once that message is clear to you, you'll be able to communicate it much better to your audience. To help you formulate the mission of your website, we've made a list of questions you should be able to answer. We've included this list in the reading materials. Once you've written down the mission of your site, you can start thinking about how you will use WordPress. What should your website look like, and what kind of functionalities do you need on your site to achieve your mission? For the example site of this course, everydayimtraveling.com, the mission statement could be something like, we want to share our travel experiences with the world and report on travel trends and tips. The 5 friends want to accomplish this by writing blog posts. In these posts, they can write about their experiences all over the world, give their readers tips on where to stay and where to eat, and much more. But they also want to interact with their readers through comments and perhaps social media. So for the 5 friends of everydayimtraveling.com, it would be best to create a WordPress-based blog. This blog should have a comment functionality and social sharing options. Like the friends of our example site everydayimtraveling.com, most people use WordPress for blogging. And as we've seen, WordPress began as a blogging platform, so the blogging functionalities are already built in and ready to go. Because of this, we'll focus on using WordPress for blogging in this course. Don't worry if you want to create a different kind of site though, we'll briefly explore other functionalities as well. In the next module, we'll discuss how you can customize your website to really make it fit your mission. We'll go into themes, widgets, plugins, the WordPress Customizer, and all the different customization settings WordPress offers.
When you start with WordPress, you will want to brand your website and give it a personal touch. A good way to begin customizing your website is with the settings in the admin menu. In this video, I will show you the general settings that allow you to edit your title and tagline, edit your URL, manage the registrations, choose the language of the site, and set the time and date format. We start in the dashboard Then click on the Settings menu item in the Admin menu. This will open the General Settings screen. The first thing you can do in the General Settings screen is give your site a title. The site title does not have to be the same as the site name in the URL. In this case, we already have a title, and I will leave it like this. To preview the site name as it appears on the site, first, click the Save Changes button at the bottom of the screen if you made any changes. Then, click on the title of the page in the toolbar. Your site will open, and you will see how the title appears. Note that the title is shown in the tab here as well. Next to the title of the page, there is also the tagline. To edit the tagline, we go back to the General Settings screen. We add the new tagline in the box here by simply typing it out. It is advisable to be concise and precise here, so you can get your message across as clear as possible. Search engines also index your site and tagline, so make sure to make them relevant and increase your chances of ranking better. For example, I will put something like learning about the world through travel here. We repeat the same procedure as before. First we click Save, and then we click on the title of the page to see the change. In this example, the site title and the tagline are in the header. Note that depending on the theme you use, this may differ. Now that you have that covered, let's go back to see what else you can do in the General Settings screen. Below the tagline, there are two boxes, both related to the URL. The first one refers to the WordPress address. This is the address that shows where you installed WordPress and where your WordPress files are stored. In our case, this is http everydayimtraveling.local. And the other one is the address of the site, and in our case, that is the same. Okay, let's see what other options are in this screen. Add your email address if you want to receive notifications from WordPress whenever someone posts a comment or registers on your site. To enable people to register an account on your site, all you need to do is tick the Anyone Can Register box. With this setting enabled, people will be able to register through the login screen. If you allow registrations, there are various roles you can assign. You can manage these through the new User Default Role menu. We will tell you about the user roles in more detail in Module 6. For now, it is enough to know that you can keep the subscriber option if you plan to allow anyone to register on your site. Subscribers will be able to access their profile and edit it, but they will not have any administrative rights in your backend. Contributors, authors, editors, and administrators have more rights, ranging from simply being able to write posts in the backend, which is the role of a contributor, to full control in the backend, which is the role of the administrator. Finally, the last few options in the general settings are related to language and time. The language option regulates the main language of both your public site and the backend. Click on the menu here to reveal the available languages. Choose the one you want by clicking on it. Click Save. You see that the language is now changed in this screen, as well as the admin menu. Click on the site name, and you see that the language of the menus on the front end changed as well. Let's go back and change back the language to the default and move on. The time zone option is handy if you want your visitors to be able to see, for example, when someone published a comment. Click on the menu and you will see the UTC options. If you are unsure about your time zone, scroll up and choose a city. If your city is not listed, choose a city that is closest to where you live. For example, I'm located in Wijchen, the Netherlands, but Wijchen is not in the list, so I choose the closest city, which is Amsterdam. Use the date and time format options to choose how dates and time will appear on your site. Either click on the radio button next to the preferred format, or add a custom one in the box here. The final option in the general settings is the week. Use this option if you want to feature a calendar on your site. Then you can choose the date that the calendar will start with. So we saw how you can personalize your site with a title and a tagline. We also saw how to edit the URL, what you can do with registrations on your page, and how to set the language, time, and date on your site. In the next video, we will explore the writing and the reading tabs from the settings menu item. In the previous video, we talked about the general settings that can help you put a personal stamp on your website. In this video, we will look at the writing and reading settings. These settings will allow you to choose a default post category and format, adjust the settings of the RSS feed, and determine how your homepage is displayed. Click on the Settings menu item, then the Writing Settings tab, and you will see the Writing Settings screen appear. The first setting you have here is the default post category. This setting simply allows you to pick a category that WordPress will use by default in cases when, for example, you've forgotten to assign a category to a post, or if you've deleted a category that already contained some posts. Click on the drop-down menu and you will see the list of categories you already have. Right now, we do not have many categories, but we will create some and show you how to create them yourself in Module 5. The default category for this option is uncategorized, but of course you can change that if you want to. Next is the default post format setting. Click on the menu to reveal the options. Note that you can change the default post format only if the theme you have installed supports this setting. In this case, the 2019 theme does not support the default post format. If the theme you are using supports it, you can choose a default post format from the drop-down menu. You see that there are many different options. So for example, if you have a blog where you post a daily quote, you can set the quote option as a default and have your posts appear as quotations, as you can see in this example. Moving on to the next setting, we see the post via email. This option is somewhat advanced and it involves creating a secret email account. In some cases, you may also need assistance from your web host. These settings would also differ per case, so we will not go into the details of how to set this up right now. Finally, on the screen, there is the Update Services setting. This setting allows you to let others know when you post new content on your site. In the box here, there is one default URL, rpcpingomatic.com. That is the default update service that WordPress notifies when you have published a new post. If you click on the Update Services link above the box, you can access a list of other ping services. You can copy and paste them in the Update Services box to add them to your list if you wish to do so. If you prefer, you can also remove the default updating service. Don't forget to click the Save Changes button whenever you make changes to any of the settings in the screen. Otherwise, your new settings will not be saved. That's it. We can now move on to the next step in the settings, reading. On the screen, you can choose some settings that will regulate how your posts are displayed on your site. First, you can choose what is displayed on your homepage. It is important to think about what you want your visitors to see when they first open your page. If you plan to regularly publish blog posts, then the first option, your latest post, may be the way to go. To select that option, simply click on the Your Latest Post button and click Save. If we go to the homepage of our example site, we see that the latest posts are now displayed. Use the other setting, a static page, if you have a key important message you want to share with your visitors. To enable this setting, you will need to choose a page that will be displayed on your homepage, as well as a separate page where your posts will be published. Note that you must choose different pages for the homepage and for the post. To be able to choose the homepage, you will of course first need to create it. We will show you how you can create pages and use this setting in the next module when we discuss pages and posts. For now, I have created one just to show you how these settings work. I will choose this page as the home page. Next, I will need to choose the page where the posts will appear. You should create a separate page for the post as well, for example, a page called Posts or Blog. In this case, I will choose this one that I've previously created. I click Save, and let's see what that looks like on the site. You can now see that instead of the recent post, I have the What is this blog about page displayed. The post can be accessed via the Post page in the menu, as well as the Recent Posts and Archive feature. Note that if you do not assign your post to a separate page, they will still be visible, but only through the other navigation features, for example, the Recent Posts or Archives. Moving on to the next setting in the screen, where you can choose how many blog posts per page are displayed on your site. The default option here is 10, but you can choose to show 1 if you want to. Change the number by simply typing it into the box here. You can also set the maximum number of posts that will be sent out via your RSS feed and whether those feeds will contain a full text or a summary. Finally, the last setting in the screen is related to the search engine visibility. This setting prevents search engines like Google, for example, from indexing your site. If your purpose for setting up a website is to reach a wide audience, then you should leave this box unticked. If, however, for whatever reason, you want your website to be private, do tick this box. By selecting this setting, normal visitors with access to your web page link will still be able to visit your site, but the search engine bots will have a harder time finding it, and so it will also be harder to share it with the public. We'll explain more about this in a later module about WordPress SEO. It is also important to note, as it is stated here, that even if you have this option enabled, it is up to the search engines to respect the request. Now that we went through all the settings and the reading settings screen, we can continue to the next step, the discussion. Before we do not forget to always save any changes you made.
Hi! So far, we saw the settings you can manage to personalize your site, to control how you publish, and how your posts are displayed. In this video, we will talk about the various comment settings. Let's go straight into it. Go to the discussion settings screen by clicking on the settings menu item, and then click on the discussion tab. The first 3 options are bundled under the default article settings. The first 2 settings relate to pings. A ping is a techie way of saying notification. Clicking this option enables you to ping or notify sites that you have linked to in your posts. For instance, in our example site, we could be writing about the best restaurants we have visited for a trip. If we link to the site of some of those restaurants, and this is important if the restaurant site allows it, the mention could appear in their comment section. The next option in this setting regulates the same thing, but the other way around. So by ticking this box, you allow other sites to ping you. If you are pinged by another site, a comment or mention will appear on your site. Now, the third option is about whether you allow people to comment on your articles or not. You can manipulate the last 2 settings for each individual post. So, if you want to allow comments or pings on your post in general, but there is one specific post that you want to have no comments or pings on, you can choose that in the individual post editing page, and this will override the general settings. Let me show you how. If you add a new post, you will see the sidebar on the right. Scroll down and click the discussion tab. You can now change the general setting by ticking or unticking the boxes. Okay, let's go back and see what the other comment settings section, well, that's a mouthful, is about. If you check the first box, then people who write comments on your posts have to fill out their name and email. If you check the second box, people have to be registered and logged in to comment. But you can only do this if registration is open. People can only register if you have enabled this setting in the general settings. Let's go there to show you what I mean. This box, anyone could register, should be ticked. Okay, let's go back. Next is the option to automatically close comments on articles older than a certain amount of days. You can change the default of 14 days into something else by typing or clicking the arrows. Moving on, we have the option to Show Comments Cookies Opt-in checkbox. That means that the cookies of the author of the comment will be saved. The upside of that is that by saving the data of the user, they will not need to repeat the same login steps every time. And the downside is that it may feel intrusive for the privacy of the users. The next option allows you to choose whether you want to have threaded comments and how deep they should go. That means that instead of having replies to comments pile up with no order, you can choose to have a comment thread. Here you can choose the level of the thread from the menu, with the maximum level being 10. And note that how threaded comments appear depends on the theme you are using. Another way to keep comments neat is to break them down into pages. Add the number of comments per page in this box and choose which comments will appear first by clicking on this menu. Finally, in this section, you can choose whether you want to show the older or the newer comments first. The next two options allow you to receive emails when people post a comment or when a comment is awaiting moderation. You can further control how comments appear on your site with the Before a Comment Appears options. You can choose to manually approve comments. In case manually approving each comment is too much work, you can also choose to approve only the comments of first-time commenters. By choosing this option, you will enable anyone who has previously been approved a comment to post future comments with no restriction. To further help you with moderation, WordPress also has the option to hold off comments that contain a lot of links. Change the default number of links to the number you desire by typing the number here. Below this option, you see a box. Here you can type in the words, names, URLs, email addresses or IP addresses that you want queued for approval before they appear on your site. You can also blacklist them. With this option, those comments will automatically be considered as spam and they will not appear in your queue nor on your site, of course. The last option in the discussion screen refers to the use of avatars. Avatars are the little photos people use as a sort of profile picture. Besides avatars, there are also gravatars. These are pictures that people can use across platforms to sort of maintain their identity. With this setting, you can control whether avatars or gravatars appear on your site in the comment section. If you want to show avatars, please make sure that you pick a theme that supports the presence of avatars as well. Otherwise, ticking this box will have no use. Gravatars have ratings that go from G, suitable for all audiences, to X, for mature audiences. The ratings are related to the content of the photo that is used for the gravatar. The owners of the gravatars set the ratings themselves. And here you can choose which images, based on their rating, you allow to appear on your page in the comment section. If you choose PG, for example, which is suitable for audiences of 13 and above, both G, suitable for all audiences, and PG will be included in the allowed ratings. The same logic is valid for the other options. Finally, you can choose default avatars for people with no avatar or gravatar of their own. As you can see here, there are plenty of options to choose from. That's it for the discussion screen. Do take time to explore this screen because comments can be just as important as posts. And don't forget to save your changes, of course.
In this screencast, I will take you through the last 3 settings tabs: Media, Permalinks, and Privacy. When you click Media, you'll have a couple of options that help you manage images in your library. The first thing you need to know is that when you upload an image, WordPress automatically saves a copy of that image in 4 different sizes: original, thumbnail, which is very small, medium, and large. But why would you want to edit this? Well, imagine that there's a certain image size that you'd want to use very often. Like, for example, in your post, you like to use an image of 300 by 600 because it fits the way you want to structure the text around the image. In that case, you could make the standard dimension for medium 300 by 600 and you'd be able to very easily use the medium size and add images to your posts quite quickly. Now for each of these sizes, you can set maximum dimensions in pixels. So by default, a thumbnail is 150 by 150 pixels. For thumbnails, there's an extra box that allows you to decide whether an image should be exactly that dimension. If so, WordPress will cut off part of the image to fit the dimensions. If not, it will scale the original image proportionally. For thumbnails, I'd advise you to leave this box checked. The last option at the bottom is about managing your media library. If you leave it checked, WordPress will create folders for every month and year. This makes it easier to browse through images, so I definitely leave this on unless you have good reasons not to. Okay, on to the permalinks settings. A permalink is basically the full URL of your post or page. URLs should be readable and meaningful to users. Therefore, it's important to consider what URL structure fits your website. The URLs that will show are visible for each setting on this screen. What works best depends on your site. A custom structure is often a good option because it allows you to pick what's best for you. The percentages here indicate so-called variables. So, for the year variable, the URL will show the year in which the post was published. And for the category variable, the URL will feature the category the post is in. For most blogs, I like a category, then post name structure. In this way, the position of your post within your site structure will be most clear. As we'll see later in this course, you can always edit the last part of your URL, the so-called slug, for every individual post you write. So just make sure that you select a structure that makes sense for most of your posts here and make any tweaks when writing individual posts. Lastly, there's an optional heading. Here you can change something for very specific pages, your category and tag archive pages. These pages are automatically created when you create a category or tag. They're basically a list of all the posts that are in a certain category or tag. With this setting, you can change the URL for those. Like for our travel blog, imagine that all of our categories were countries. Normally, with the settings we chose above, the category archive page URL would be everydayimtraveling.local/Mexico, for example. We could then enter countries here, and the category archive URL would then become everydayimtraveling.local/countries/Mexico. Again, this setting doesn't influence URLs of your posts or pages whatsoever, just category and tag archive pages. The Nginx documentation will only appear for servers running Nginx, and it's aimed at advanced users, so we can skip that. The last step we're going to look at in this screencast is the Privacy tab. Here you can edit your privacy policy. There's a template that WordPress provides for you which covers some important stuff, but it's incomplete and depends on additions on your part, as you can see when I click Edit here. As you see at the bottom, WordPress has set up some headings about topics it simply can't provide information on because that's up to you. It's wise to check the regulations in the country you're in and see if your privacy policy complies. Luckily, the page features some links to helpful suggestions. You can also choose to create your privacy policy from scratch. And that's it for this screencast.
In this module, we'll take you through the process of customizing your site. A logical point of departure is your theme. In this video, we'll explain what a theme is and what you should consider when choosing a theme. A theme handles the way your WordPress site looks. It serves as a representation for your brand, but at the same time takes care of the visual representation of WordPress content and data, like pages and posts. Simply put, a theme is what a person will see when visiting your website. Our own example site, everydayimtraveling.com, could look like this, or like this, or like this. It all depends on the theme you choose. WordPress comes upon installing with a set of pre-installed themes to choose from. It's very possible that none of these themes are to your liking or that they don't meet your specific needs.
But the beauty of WordPress is that it comes with a huge community, which means that there are tons of third-party themes to choose from, both paid and free. If you want to look beyond what pre-installed themes have to offer, we'd like to refer you to the WordPress theme directory at wordpress.org/themes. All the themes here are reviewed and approved by the WordPress team to assure their quality. You can also access this theme directory by logging into your WordPress backend and navigating to Appearance, Themes, Add New Theme. From here it's even easier to download and install a theme directly into your WordPress installation. Later on in this course we will go into detail on how to install a theme. But how do you decide what theme is suitable for you and your website? First, really try to determine what the purpose is of your website. Does your website serve as a business card for you or your company that only consists of a few static, informative pages? Is your website a blog which is regularly updated with new posts? Or is your website an e-commerce platform? Choosing a theme can be an overwhelming process because of the thousands of themes that are available. Establishing the purpose of your website can really help you in choosing a theme. It can serve as a filter to narrow down your options. The WordPress plugin directory, for example, offers those filters. But a lot of theme vendors out there offer roughly the same approach. Apart from the fact that the theme should fit the purpose of your website, there are other things to consider when choosing a theme. First off, depending on your experience with WordPress, it might be a good idea to choose a theme that offers support. That way, you can get assistance with setting up or customizing your theme. Be mindful of the fact that not all themes offer support. Another thing to be aware of is that the theme is mobile ready. This means that your website is properly accessible for mobile devices. The best way to test this is to activate the theme and check it yourself on your mobile phone. Try to establish whether the mobile experience is satisfying enough to you. The final thing we'd like to mention, and this one is fairly technical, is that the theme should be cross-browser compatible. This is an interesting way of saying that the theme should work properly on all the popular browsers, both on desktop and mobile devices. The reason for this is that not all browsers support the same web technologies. A theme developer should take this into account, but not all do. So be sure to test this yourself when setting up your website. So, in this video, we mentioned 4 things to keep in mind when selecting a theme. Pick a theme that fits the purpose of your website. Consider whether you need a theme that offers support, and make sure that your theme works properly on mobile devices and all popular browsers. Once you pick your theme, the next step is to install it. In the upcoming screencast, we'll show you exactly how to do this.
In this screencast, we'll walk you through the process of installing and activating a new theme. When you're logged into your WordPress site and you're on the dashboard, you can go through the theme overview by going to Appearance, Themes. This is where you manage your installed themes. WordPress comes with a few pre-installed themes, with one of them already activated on your website. This distinction is important. An installed theme is not automatically active on your website. The active theme is the theme that your visitors will see when navigating to your website. When you go to the top left corner and click Visit Site, you can see how it looks. There's not a lot there, but you get the idea. If you want to use another theme on your website, you could do so by hovering over the other themes in your overview. This triggers 2 options, Activate and Live Preview. Activate immediately activates this theme on your website, which, as we stated before, makes it visible to your visitors. This might not be something you want at this stage. It's always advisable to first test how a theme looks on your website before you activate it. To do this, you can choose the Live Preview option. This will take you to the so-called Customizer, which we'll discuss later in this course. Here you're able to check out and test how your website will look with this specific theme activated. Happy with how it looks? Then you could click Activate and Publish at the top left of the screen. This activates the theme. Clicking the cross next to it will take you back to the theme overview. Here you'll notice that the theme you just activated is indeed marked as active. It is possible to install a new theme of your choosing. You can do this by clicking Add New at the top of the theme overview, or by clicking the large Add New Theme tile. Here you see an overview of available themes you can install. You can either use the available filters at the top of the screen, or use the search field at the top right of the screen to narrow down your choice. If you find a theme to your liking, you can either choose to first preview it or directly install it. Installing the theme doesn't automatically activate it. Once it's installed, you can choose to activate it by hovering over the theme and clicking Activate, or by navigating back to your theme's overview and clicking Live Preview or Activate here. As you can see, now this theme is active. It might not look like much when you don't have content yet, but we'll fix that soon. If you've downloaded your theme from a third party, you can upload this by, again, choosing Add New in your theme's overview. At the top of this screen is the option to upload a theme. You'll be presented with an option to upload a zip file for the theme. Click Choose File, navigate to the zip file that you need, open, and install now. Your theme will be installed and added to your theme's overview. There you're able to activate or preview it. That's it. For now, we'll choose the default theme again, and in the next lesson we'll show you which options you have to further customize your site.
Now that you've selected a theme, you'll probably want to tweak it to your personal preferences. To make it easy for you, WordPress created the Customizer. With the Customizer, you can quickly make changes to the design of your site or the elements on your pages, such as your site branding, your menus, and your widgets. And you won't have to touch any code. You can find the Customizer by going to Appearance, Customize. And if you're looking at your site and you are logged in, you can also find this option in the toolbar at the top. This opens a new interface with a preview of your website on the right and a menu full of interesting settings on the left. So let's dig in and see what we can find. By the way, the settings you see here are the default options in the Customizer, but additional options may appear here depending on which theme you're using. Oh, and these icons down here, they allow you to preview how your changes look on different devices. Let's go to Site Identity. That's all about the branding of your site. What do you want visitors to see at the top of every page on your site? Well, let's start with a logo. We've got a nice logo set up here. Let's open it, upload it to the media library, select it, and there it is, at the top of your page next to your title and tagline. You can also change your title and tagline in the Customizer. Now, we've already changed the tagline in the general settings, but let's change it again here to show you how it works. Let's change it from learning about the world through travel to a WordPress site about traveling. You can also upload a site icon. Do you know what it is? You won't see it on your page, but you can find it in the Browser tab. Let me show you. An image of the logo could work here as well, so let's select the one that's already in the media library. Select, no need to crop it, and here you are. The menu shows you a preview of how this will look, and of course we can also check it ourselves. Here it is. Let's go back to the next section, colors. Colors allow you to change the global colors from things like links and buttons. And again, it depends on the theme which things you can actually change. If we scroll down, we see a button and some links. And as you can see, they are all blue. Now, we can change that by clicking Custom and then play a bit with the colors. Maybe a shade of green, because that's in our logo as well. Although blue is also nice. I like green more, so it's going to be green. If you tick this box, a greenish filter will be applied to your featured image as well. You cannot set a featured image in the Customizer, so we'll come back to that later. You'll notice that the featured image will look pretty green once we set it. Could be really ugly. Let's move on to menus. Menus help visitors navigate your site to find what they need. And that's really important. So here you can customize where your menus will appear on your site and which pages are included in your menu. It depends on your theme how many areas you have to locate a menu. It says here that our theme has 3. Let's check them out. Okay, we have a primary menu, a footer menu, and a social links menu. Nice, Well, let's create a new primary menu to help customers make sense of our site. Add a name here, like main menu. And now we can start adding items. Yes! You can add different types of items, posts and pages, but also categories and tags and custom links. You can select any post or page or category or tag that you've created so far. In our case, that's not much. Creating content is something we're going to tackle later in this course. But I've created some pages without telling you. Yeah, sneaky, I know. But with these pages, we can create a basic menu. Of course, I want a link to my homepage. Then let's add this page with an overview of our posts, everything that we've written so far. That's always good. What is this blog about is, of course, an important page. And the only other page that we have here right now is the sample page. But we're going to delete this page in the future, so I will not include it in the menu. So now we have a really basic menu. You can also reorder the items by drag and drop or with these little arrows. And it's not only up and down, but you can also add some hierarchy here, like this. That's enough for now. We'll come back to menus, and it becomes a little predictable later in this course. What's next? Widgets let you add useful little elements to your page, such as a search bar, recent posts, tag cloud, and much more. We'll look at widgets in depth in the next lesson, but you can already see them down here. We have some standard ones like search, recent posts, recent comments, archives, categories, and meta. And if you want to add a new one, you can do that here. Then what's left here are the homepage headings. Here you can select whether you want your blog post to show up on your homepage or a static landing page. Right now we don't have a suitable static page, but we could select a sample page to see what it looks like. A static landing page could be useful if your site is, for example, about promoting a brand or an event, or if you're selling a product. Then you want a nice looking page that introduces the visitor to your brand, event, or product. But since Every Day I'm Traveling is a blog, we want the blog post to appear on the homepage, and so we won't have to change this setting. Finally, additional CSS lets you add your own code to style specific elements on the page if you cannot style them with the customizer. This is for more advanced users, so we won't discuss it in this beginner's course. So, those are the default options in the customizer, but, as I've said before, additional options may appear down here, depending on which theme you are using. You may also notice some pencil icons in your website preview. These are shortcuts to open the settings for this specific element, such as the menu or the site identity, or, if we scroll down again, each of these widgets has its own shortcut as well. So that's very convenient. Okay, and let's not forget this very important button over here. Any changes you make in the customizer will not be visible to your visitors until you click Publish. So feel free to experiment. Changes can even be scheduled to go live at some point in the future, just like posts. But for now, let's click Publish and take a look at our website. You can close the customizer by clicking the X in the left corner. And here we see that on our live website we now have the logo, the menu, and the new colors. So, while the customizer is useful to quickly adjust the basic styling of your site, it doesn't yet let you change the entire layout of your posts and pages. WordPress is working on that functionality, but for now you will have to use the post or page editor, which we will discuss, wait for it, later in this course. If you really want to create a theme that fits your exact needs, and you know how to write HTML, CSS, and PHP, you can create your own themes. We won't discuss this in this course, but any good WordPress developer for hire should be able to do this. You can consider doing this if you want to take your site to the next level. But with all the themes available in the WordPress themes directory combined with the power of the customizer, you should definitely be able to find something that suits your needs.
In the previous lessons, we've discussed themes in the WordPress Customizer. In this lesson, we'll talk about another aspect of customizing your site, widgets. A WordPress widget is a simple pre-built block you can add to your site that serves a specific function. Okay, that sounds really abstract. Let's just take a look at some widgets. Like the search bar widget. If you add the search bar widget to your sidebar, your visitors will be able to search the pages on your site. That's great, right? And it's really simple to add, which you'll see in the upcoming screencast. That's the magic of widgets. Your site gets a little something special without too much hassle. Even if you're not very technical and you don't know how to code, you can add lots of functionality to your site simply by adding widgets. And you have tons of widgets that do all kinds of different things that may be convenient for your site, like showing a list of your most recent posts, or an image, or an audio player, much more. With these widgets, you can give your site the look and feel you prefer and make your website more suitable to the content you want to offer. We'll go into several types of widgets in a bit, but let's focus on the practical applications first. So where can you place these widgets on your site? Well, you can't just randomly put widgets anywhere. Widgets can only be put into so-called widget areas. These areas are defined by your theme and are usually located in the sidebar and the footer of your site, which also means that widgets often appear site-wide, so across several pages. However, some themes don't include any widget areas, so if you want to use widgets, it's wise to check this when selecting a theme. Now onto the types of widgets that are available to you. WordPress offers a selection of useful widgets by default. Let's take a look at the most used ones in detail. First of all, the text widget. This is the most versatile default widget, because it allows you to add nearly anything to one of your site's widget areas. This could be a simple text, a collection of links, or a media file. Second, there's the search widget. This widget adds a fully functional search bar to your site, which helps your visitors to easily find what they're looking for on your site. Third, there's a recent post widget, and as the name already implies, this widget adds a list of your most recent posts to your site, so your visitors will be encouraged to read more of your latest content. Other default widgets are, for example, the recent comments widget, the archives widget, the categories widget, the calendar widget, and the gallery widget. We'll go into these widgets in more detail in the reading materials. Most of these widgets allow you to enter a title and tweak a few basic settings. When adding a widget, we recommend you to look through these options and make sure they match your needs. In the screencast in this lesson, we'll show you how you can add a widget to your site and set the options. In addition to the default widgets, there are non-default third-party widgets as well, created by the WordPress community. These widgets allow you to personalize your site even more. Firstly, some themes offer additional widgets beside the default ones. For example, a theme dedicated to selling products in an online store will most likely offer a most popular products widget that you can place on your site. Secondly, lots of plugins add widgets that help you enhance your site. There are a number of plugins that add a new widget or a bundle of widgets to your dashboard. For example, there's a plugin that allows you to add social media sharing buttons and icons as a widget on your site. We'll go into the plugins, where to find them, and how to install them in the next lesson in this module.
Hi! In the previous video we explained what widgets are. Now in this screencast I'm going to show you how to publish, change or remove a widget in the WordPress backend. You can find your widgets through the widget menu page, obviously, but also through the customizer. Let's first go to the widget menu page by clicking the Appearance menu item. Here you'll find an overview of the widgets and the widget areas that are available for your theme. Widget areas are the areas where you can place widgets. In our case, that's a footer menu. Let's move from backend to front end to see what it looks like. Let's move down to the footer menu. Now let's go back and let's try to add a new widget. For example, the search widget over here. This one. Now, to insert a new widget, drag it from the left side into a widget area on the right. You can see empty blocks appear as soon as you hover above the footer menu. Now, drop your widget and the widget is immediately saved. If we switch back to the front end of the website and move to the bottom of the page, our search widget is shown here. Now, let's say you want to change a widget. Let's go back to the backend click the widget you want to change. For example, it folds open with options that you can fill in, select, or change. For example, let's add a title to the search widget. Let's call it Search. Then click Save, and you're done. If we switch back to the front end, we see that the widget now has indeed a title, Search. Of course, you can also remove widgets. Click the widget you want to get rid of. In this case, we're going to delete the search widget. Click Delete, and you're done. And you can also remove widgets by dragging them out of the widget area and dropping them at the left, like this. You can also manage your widgets through the Customizer over here. The same spot where you can change the look and feel of your theme. This way, you can check how your change looks before you publish the changes. To access the widgets in the Customizer, select Widgets in the left sidebar. Now, let's add a new one here. Click Add a widget, and then select the widget you would like to add. And again, I would like to add the search widget. The widget now opens in the sidebar, and you can also check how it looks over here. Here it is. You can modify the widget to your likings directly in the sidebar or by clicking the pencil icon. Let's add the title, What are you looking for? To see how it looks. If you're satisfied, click Publish. And if you're not, change it again and then hit Publish. Now, to remove a widget, click it, click Remove, and publish. That's it. Not that difficult, right? As I said before, different themes come with different widget options and different widget areas. Now I'm going to change the theme to show you what I mean. Let's go back to Themes and activate this one. Then go to Widgets. Well, this theme offers more widget options and more widget areas. And of course, it's up to you to find out what fits your site. We haven't discussed plugins so far, but they can provide you with more widget options as well. Take our local SEO plugin, for example. This plugin is meant for people who own a small local business, like a bakery or a painting company. It's not useful for our example site Every Day I'm Traveling, since that is not a local business. But I've installed it anyway just to show you the extra widgets that come with it. As you can see here, these widgets help you to enhance your contact page, because people searching for stores nearby want to find directions, a map and a route, opening hours and contact details like an address, phone number or email address. Again, it's up to you to find out what fits your site. So go and explore.
In this video, we're going to discuss something that can really unlock a lot of the power of WordPress: plugins. Plugins are extra pieces of software that you install to add extra features and functionality to your WordPress site. They allow you to go beyond what a basic WordPress installation has to offer. In a way, a default WordPress installation is very like a phone on factory settings. It has a number of things pre-installed which are very valuable and cover the core of what a phone needs to do. But often, you want more. You want things that are specifically useful to you. To do that, you install the apps you like and need. With WordPress, plugins are just like those extra apps that you install to be able to do all kinds of different things. They allow you to use WordPress to its full and most customized potential. And just like there are apps for anything and everything, there are over 50,000 WordPress plugins that all do different things. Too many to go through in detail here. There are plugins that help you rank in search engines, or set up an online shop, or help improve performance. The possibilities are countless. We'll give you a more specific idea of what plugins can do as we explore them in a bit more detail later in this video. But first, let me spend a couple more minutes on what you should look out for when selecting and installing plugins. It's really important not to just download and install every plugin that seems vaguely useful. Don't install plugins from sources you don't trust, for example. Remember, you're adding the plugin to your own website, which can leave all kinds of doors open for abuse. And there are malicious plugins out there that you definitely want to stay away from. Plugins that are available through the WordPress backend and on WordPress.org can generally be trusted. But trustworthiness isn't the only issue. Quality is obviously important as well. You want to be sure that the plugin you install does exactly what you want it to do and does it well. And don't be fooled, it's perfectly possible that a lot of available plugins don't do a great job, or simply don't match your website's needs. It's not as simple as, I'll install a security tool and my security is taken care of. And performance is a complex issue as well. Just like your phone slows down when you install too many slow apps or too many apps, plugins can bog down your website. Moreover, some plugins actively offer support where others hang you out to dry. So in short, you want to install a limited number of plugins that fit your needs and do what you need them to do. Obviously, that requires some research and potentially some tough choices. So let's explore what plugins can do in more detail. Let's take a very quick look at what our own Yoast SEO plugin does to illustrate the added value of plugins. Once you install and activate Yoast SEO, a number of things change in your WordPress installation. For one, you get some additional settings that help you configure your site more specifically than the default ones can. Secondly, some elements of your pages and site are improved automatically as the plugin adds code that helps search engines to understand it. And most notably, you can optimize your posts and content with added functionality that shows up when you're writing a post. There are also plugins that help you speed up your website, for example. They may store data in a cache, which makes sure that pages load faster for returning visitors. Or they make your files smaller so that they load more quickly. Other plugins may filter out spam comments so that you don't have to, or secure your website from malicious software with things like firewalls or security improvements on top of the default login system. Other plugins might allow you to set up an online store to sell your products, or completely change the look and feel of your website, or help you publish your pages in different languages. To make a long story short, there are tons of plugins that you can download and install which do tons of useful things. We've chosen not to discuss specific plugins beside our own in this course because there are just too many and we don't want to play favorites too much. Just know that it's really worthwhile to check whether there are any plugins that could make your life easier. Chances are there will be loads of them. Just click Plugins in the admin menu and you'll have access to a huge list that you can check out and explore. Clicking on the plugin name triggers a pop-up in which you'll find a description of what the plugin does, including reviews. Do note, though, the list of plugins you'll find there isn't complete. The plugins you'll find there are all free. There are also loads of paid plugins around the web. Our Yoast SEO Premium plugin, for example, can't be found through the WordPress search engine, nor can several other useful plugins that can definitely make life much easier for you. So it's worth taking a deep dive into any plugins that can kickstart your website. Lastly, it's also very important to regularly update your plugins. Plugins can become security risks if you don't manage them properly. Many plugins routinely fix security risks in new updates, so updating them regularly is really important. We'll come back to this in the lesson on WordPress updates later in this course. That's it for the theory of plugins. In the upcoming screencast, we'll show you exactly how to install, activate and manage your plugins right from the WordPress backend.
Hi there and welcome back. Now that you know what plugins are, let's see how you can use them. In WordPress, you can install plugins in 3 ways. From the WordPress plugin repository that you can access from the backend, by uploading a previously downloaded plugin, or by using FTP. In this video, I will tell you how to install plugins via the plugins menu item in your backend. And I will also tell you how you can manage your plugins once they are installed. In the next video, we'll show you how to upload a plugin. We will not install plugins via FTP in this course, since that's a bit more advanced. Now, let's begin. Once you are in your backend, go to the plugins menu item in the admin menu. If you want to immediately add a new plugin, select the Add New tab. If you want to go to the overview of the plugins you already have, just click the Plugins menu item right here. As you can see, the plugin screen is empty. That's because I've cheated a bit. I've installed the Yoast SEO Premium and the Local SEO plugin to show you some widgets in the previous lesson, but I've deleted them afterwards so that we can start from scratch in this screencast. So let's do that. You can add a new plugin by clicking on the Add New button. What you see here is the WordPress plugin repository with many plugins to choose from. That's nice, right? But it's important to note that only free and approved plugins like Yoast SEO can be found in the repository. That means that there are also plugins that you could use that are not included here, like Yoast SEO Premium. No worries. If you want to use a plugin that's not in the repository, you can install them yourself. We'll show you how in the next video. Back to the repository. In the top menu, you can choose plugins from different categories. The search bar allows you to quickly search for a plugin. You can search either for a particular plugin or based on a keyword. Let's see what happens if we type in Yoast. Voila! Here's the free Yoast SEO plugin. Let's quickly scan the information here. In the Yoast SEO plugin box, you can see the name of the plugin, and you can also see a short description, reviews, and the latest update. Most importantly, and this is something you should pay attention to, you see whether the plugin is compatible with the version of WordPress you are using. In this case, you can see that Yoast SEO is compatible with this version. It's important to always check the compatibility to ensure that your plugins work optimally. If you want to know more about the plugin, click on the More Details link or on the name. A new window will pop up and you will see a lot more information. By the way, different plugins organize their information differently, so do not expect to see exactly the same format for all. So, once you have checked all the information and you are satisfied with what the plugin has to offer, you want to install it. That's easy. Simply click on the Install Now button. Once the installation is done, you will receive a message that the plugin was successfully installed. However, simply installing the plugin is not enough. Step 2 is to activate it. So click on the Activate button. You will see the plugin screen appear. The Yoast SEO plugin is now installed and activated. You can see that 2 new Yoast SEO menu items were created here, in the admin menu and in the toolbar. The location of the plugin menu items will of course differ per plugin, and some will also have no visible menu items at all. Now that we have installed our plugin, let's go back to the plugin screen and see what other options there are. Once you have more plugins, you will see more options here, such as inactive, recently active, or updates available. Just below the links, there's the Bulk Actions menu. This menu gives you the option to activate, deactivate, update, and delete multiple plugins at once. To apply one of these actions, you will need to tick the box next to the plugin name. Select an action, for example deactivate, and then click on the Apply button. Deactivating will turn the plugin off and it will no longer function, but it will still be installed and available once you need it again. This allows you to switch a plugin on and off as you see appropriate. You can now see that the plugin has been deactivated and that the options you have are to activate or delete. Note that you can only delete a plugin once it is deactivated. That's it. You now know how to install and manage your plugins. Good luck!
In this video, we will see how to upload a plugin that you previously downloaded on your computer. The plugins that you can find in the WordPress plugin repository, as we already mentioned, are always free. If you want to use a paid plugin or a plugin that is not featured in the WordPress repository, you will need to download it from an external site. For example, the Yoast SEO plugin has a premium version. After you have purchased Yoast SEO Premium, you will be able to download a zip file containing the plugin data. I have already previously downloaded the file, so we can move straight to uploading it to WordPress. We begin by clicking the Plugins menu item in the Admin menu. Then, we click on the Add New button that takes us to the Add Plugin screen. You can see that in this screen at the very top is the Upload Plugin button. We click the button and the screen expands. Here, we can upload the Yoast SEO Premium zip file we previously downloaded. Now, note that there is only an option to upload a file in zip format. If your plugin is downloaded in another format, you will need to contact your plugin provider and ask for assistance. In this case, Yoast SEO Premium is neatly packaged, so we can easily proceed. I choose the file from the Downloads folder. I press Open, and then Install Now. Now we wait for the installation to progress. And once it is done, we will be taken to a new screen that informs us that the plugin was installed successfully. Now, the next step, as we already previously mentioned, is to activate the plugin. So we press Activate Plugin. The plugin is now successfully activated and installed, and we can see that the Yoast SEO icon appears both in the admin menu and the toolbar. Of course, as I already previously mentioned, where the plugin icons appear will differ per plugin, and some plugins will have no icons at all. The remaining options for editing, deactivating, or deleting the plugin remain the same as we discussed in the previous video. So that's it. We are now ready to install plugins both through the WordPress plugin repository and upload plugins that you have previously downloaded.
Hey! In the previous video, we saw what plugins are and how you can install them. We dedicate this video to a particular type of WordPress plugins, page builders. How come these plugins get special treatment? Well, because as a beginner, the chance that you will stumble upon the term page builder is quite high. We want to make sure you understand what they are. So let's roll up our sleeves and start learning. Don't let the name fool you. Page builders are not some super complicated things only developers understand. They are quite simple to use. That is why they are popular among WordPress users. A page builder is a plugin that lets you easily structure and design your site's pages. It does this with a special visual editor. What's so special about it? Well, if you install a page builder plugin, you will likely need to replace the default WordPress page or post editor with the page builder visual editor. All of this may still sound abstract to you, so let's look at some examples. There are a lot of website builders out there. A very popular one is Elementor. The basic version of this plugin is available for free. There is a paid pro version available too, which offers more features and templates. Here is how it works. After you install and activate the plugin, you won't see immediate changes. But when you open the page or post editor, you will see this button. Click on the button and you will access Elementor's visual editor. You can use the visual blocks, drag and drop them to your page or post and build content that way. The visual editor allows you to play around and create content just as you want it. The visual editor is also a live preview, so anything you create will appear on your website just as you see it in the editor. Another popular page builder plugin, Beaver Builder, works similarly. When you open your page editing screen, this plugin will also allow you to choose where you edit your content. Choose the Beaver Builder and you will edit with its visual editor. Again, you can drag and drop to your heart's delight and build the page of your dreams. But not all page builders work like this. For example, another widely used page builder is Divi. This one works a bit differently because it's part of the Elegant Themes membership package. Elegant Themes develops WordPress themes such as Divi. Yes, Divi is both a theme, which includes the page builder, and a separate page builder plugin. Unlike the other two, there are only paid versions for this page builder, and the price depends on the package you get. Okay, now that you understand page builders, let's dig a bit deeper into their usefulness. Like most things in life, there is a positive and a negative side to using page builders. Let's look at the positive one first. A big plus with page builders is that you can build a page without writing a single line of code. They are usually straightforward to use and have lots of different options and choices. They offer tons of page elements such as a text element, video element, or an image gallery. All you need to do is drag the elements and drop them on your page. To sum up, page builders make it super easy to build pages and websites. That sounds great. Why would there be a negative side? Page builders allow you to do a lot without looking into code, and that is where things may sometimes go wrong. There are indeed many elements you can add to a page with a page builder. As a result of that, it's simply too easy to make heavy pages, something we see often. That can slow down your site, which can affect your SEO negatively. So if you use a page builder, do make sure you test your site and make sure it stays fast. Now you know what page builders are, how they work, and what you need to consider before using them. Stick around for the next module where we will see how you can start writing and editing your content.
This module is all about how to create content that you can display on your site. But before we start doing that, we need to know what types of content there are. So let's review. By default, WordPress has two major content types, posts and pages. They look very similar, both in the backend and on your actual website. But what sets them apart? Well, it has to do with the role that the content you want to write will play on your site. There are a number of things that set pages and posts apart, which we'll discuss one by one in this video. Firstly, posts are content where the time of the publication is relevant. For pages, the publication date doesn't really matter. To really understand this, let's remember what WordPress started as, a blogging platform. On a blog, there is a clear distinction between these types of content. On one hand, you have blog posts, which you write and put up with a certain regularity. They need to be fresh and current, and to reflect what's happening in the world right now. This also means that as time passes, they may become less relevant or less accurate. Like if we're writing an article on how Google understands text, that might be completely different in 5 years. We'll have to edit that post or write a new one to show how it works then. So posts show what something is or was like at a point in time. On the other hand, your website also has a number of pages that are basically static and not subject to the passage of time. Like this arts and crafts page, where we put up some colouring pages and other creative stuff for children to enjoy. Nobody cares when this was published, and it won't be less useful 5 years from now. The same goes for our Yoast SEO plugin product page. It's simply not very relevant when a product was first launched for the visitors to that page. Of course, you still have to manage these pages, and you may want to make regular changes over time, but pages are just not as fleeting or as temporal as blog posts are. A second difference is the fact that for posts, it can matter who wrote the content. Visitors want to know who wrote a post. So when our founder, Joost de Valk, writes an article on technical SEO, for example, people know they can trust what he's saying. Moreover, posts are often written from a more personal perspective. For pages, the author is much less relevant. We don't display authors on our product pages or our About Us page, for example, because who wrote that page doesn't really matter to visitors. That's why WordPress displays authors on posts, but not on pages. Thirdly, posts are archived in WordPress, whereas pages aren't. You can show your recent blog posts, for example, in a widget. You also have pages that show archives of posts within certain blog categories or within certain tags. We'll come back to that in the next module, but your most recent posts show up at the top here as well. So again, there's the element of time and recency. Lastly, posts are meant to spark interaction. Your users can comment on posts, whereas they can't comment on pages. This makes a lot of sense when we look at the examples we discussed earlier. Comments make sense on informational blog posts or personal experiences, where you can have a discussion about something you think differently about. That doesn't really make sense on pages. So on pages, comments are disabled by default in WordPress. Well, there you have it. 4 important differences between posts and pages. The easiest way to remember it is probably that the content of posts can become outdated as the world, or your perspective on the world, can change. Whereas pages only need to be updated when you change something about how your website or your business works. So let's categorize some types of content. When should you use posts and when should you use pages? Well, just to give you an idea, these types of content are usually posts. Blog posts, obviously, news articles, announcements, think pieces, essays, tutorials, interviews, personal stories and case studies. And these types of content are usually pages. Product information, FAQs, terms of use, privacy pages, partner information, about us pages and contact pages. There are a lot more possibilities, but I'm sure you get the point. Now, on to the next video, in which we show you exactly how to write your posts and pages.
In this video, we'll get to the most exciting thing in WordPress and see how you actually write a post. I'm going to show you how to write a post, but it works exactly the same for pages, so no worries there. The only differences are in the options in the sidebar, which we'll explore in the screencast about the sidebar in the same module. To start writing, click on Posts and then the Add New button. You'll end up on a screen that gives you a whole lot of options. Especially if you've already installed some plugins, they may occupy some space as well. But let's ignore all of these things and focus on the big block of white space in the middle. That's where you're going to write your post. The first thing you need to do is already laid out for you. Add a title. Enter the title of the post you want to create, and in our case that's Top Tourist Attractions in Istanbul. And now you're going to have to make the first of many decisions, whether to start writing or use a blog. So what are blogs? Well, everything you do in the post editor is divided up into a block. In its simplest form, a blog can be a paragraph. A blog can be a heading as well, but a blog can be an image with a caption, or video, or all kinds of interesting things. We're going to go into these interesting things more in detail in a later screencast. For now, let's first write a little introduction to the article. For example, I will put this text. Now, I want this introduction to be in italics. To do that, I simply double-click on the text to select it and click the I right above the text. I can also put the text in bold. You can also align the text left, center, or right, as you see here. Or you can add a link to a part of your text. On the far left, you can also transform the block into another type. Like if I'd want to start with a quotation, I could use the quote block here and transform the introduction into a quote. But I don't want to do that actually, so let's change it back to a simple paragraph. There's also a More Options option on the far right. This allows you to duplicate the block, insert another block before or after this block, and to edit the block as HTML if you want to do some fancy HTML stuff. You probably won't need to use these options very often. Once you've finished your introduction, simply press Enter and you'll automatically create a new block. Now, I want to discuss 3 hotspots in Istanbul in my article, so it makes sense to create a heading for every one of them. Headings show your readers what's coming and allow them to scan quickly to see whether the content is interesting for them. So let's create a heading for the first hotspot we're going to discuss, the Hagia Sophia. Click the little plus symbol on the left, right here, and add a heading block. As you can see, you can create an H2, H3, or H4. That's because the H1 is always the title of the page. Headings show hierarchy. So we're going to use H2 for every hotspot because all of them are equally important to our article. So let's type in Hagia Sophia here and press Enter to create another paragraph. Now let me just copy-paste the rest of the sample article in to save us all time. If you're copy-pasting from another source, always check to see whether it all works. In this case, it works fine, so that's nice. Now, say that you want to switch around 2 of the paragraphs you've written, because that would be better for the article. That's very easy to do. Just select the paragraph you want to move, then hover over it, and then click one of the arrows you see on the left of the block. They'll move up and down accordingly. And if you want to remove a block, just select the text and then press backspace. If you want to remove several blocks at once, you can simply select them and again press backspace. Let's just undo this and return to our original article. Okay, so now we've got a complete post with an introduction, 3 hotspots, and a conclusion. Of course, if I were to write a real article, it would probably be a lot longer, but this was just to illustrate how writing a post works. Once you've finished your post, you can save it as a draft here or publish it at the top right of your screen. If you publish the post, visitors on your site will be able to see and read it, so don't do this unless you're sure you feel good about the post. Before you publish, it's always smart to preview what your post looks like on your actual site. I've stuck to the basics here, but if you're doing more fancy things, which we're going to do in the upcoming screencast, you'll always want to check whether everything shows the way you want it to. To do this, you go to the top right corner of your screen and click Preview. WordPress will generate a preview of what the page will look like. And that's it. Now you are ready to start writing your first post. Now that you've seen how to create posts, in this video, I will show you how to add images to a post. First, I want to add an image below the Hagia Sophia paragraph. To do that, I click Enter below the paragraph to create a new block, and then I click on the plus button here and choose the image block. This is the image block where you can add images in 4 different ways. You can upload an image, select it from the media library, insert an image from a URL, or drag and drop an image into the box. Let's try the Upload option first. I click on Upload, and a dialog box will open where you can choose an image that is stored on your computer. I find the image I want to use, I select it, and then click Open. And the image is now added to the text. Below the image, there is the option to write a caption. All you need to do is type in the text. On the right side, you see a sidebar with more settings for adjusting the image. The first thing you can do is add alternative text. Alternative text describes your image to people who cannot see it. For example, this can help visually impaired people who may be using screen readers to understand what your text is about. Alternative text also helps search engine spiders find your relevant content and thus improve the accessibility of your site. Next, in the sidebar, you can change the image size by either choosing a generic image size or by choosing the exact image dimensions. Yet another way to change the image dimension is straight into the block. Click on the image and you will see blue dots appear on the edges. Use the left mouse button to click on a dot and simply drag it to a size that you find suitable. Note that you will need to see the cross arrow appear for this to work. Let's go back to the sidebar and its settings. Below the resizing settings are the link settings. They allow you to make your image clickable and to choose what happens when visitors click on it. You will see an example of that when we add an image from URL. And back to the editor again. Right now, we have the image below the paragraph, but there are various alignment manipulations that you can use. For example, you can move the image between the paragraph and the heading. To do that, select the image, hover the mouse over the left side of the image until you see 2 arrows appear, click on the upward pointing arrow, and you see that the image is now between the title and the paragraph. There are also other options for aligning the image with the text. I will click this one, for example, and then by clicking, holding, and moving the image with the blue dots, I can change it to a size that I desire. Okay, now we have the image set in the text, but there are other options to edit it even more. First, we can transform the image by clicking on the Transform button here. And these are the options. You can turn an image into a downloadable file, but that will make it go away, and in this case, we do not want that. We can add some more text associated to the image, and even choose to add a heading, a list, or a paragraph. This also does not seem suitable for this kind of post. I think the most interesting here and most relevant is the option to add a gallery. So I click on it, and now you see the new option here to upload another image within this blog. I will upload one, and you see now that the settings in the sidebar are changed. Currently I have 2 columns, so 2 images that I can add to the gallery. But I can also add more columns by changing the number here. You can also choose to crop the thumbnails so they align and choose to link to them. If you choose the option Link to Media File, the images will be clickable and they will open in another screen. I click Save Draft and Preview to see what the gallery looks like. You see it here, and I click on the image to open it. Going back to the editing screen, there is the option to transform the image into a cover image. I will choose that option, and you see now that there is a possibility to write text over the image. Let's write Turkey Top Destinations, and let's click on the arrow here to move the image up, and note that now there are options in the sidebar that are again different. Now I can change the background, the colors, and the brightness of this cover image. So let me just adjust a few things, click Save Draft, and then Preview to see what happened. Here it is. The image is now displayed as a cover. I go back and you see here that in the menu there are 3 dots that offer even more options available for manipulating this block. You can, for example, duplicate this photo, choose to add another block before or after it, and you can also add it to reusable blocks. If you have an image that you use often, click on the Add to Reusable blocks, add a title, and click Save. You can now find your reusable block by clicking the plus icon, scroll through the bottom of the drop-down menu, and click on the reusable block you created. Finally, if you want to delete the block, choose the Remove Block option. As I mentioned previously, there are different ways to add images with the block editor. We already uploaded one, and the image we uploaded went straight to our media library. You can also directly upload files in the media library, like this. Finally, there is also an option to edit the image via the media library. Just below the image and its details, there is the Edit Image link. Click on it and a new screen in a new tab will open. Here we can crop, rotate, and flip the image around. We can also change the dimensions, the name, etc. If you make any changes here, do not forget to click Update in order for them to work. Let's go back to our post editor. If you want to insert an image from an external site or from a URL without adding it to the media library, you can do it with the Insert from URL button. Go to the image page source. In this case, I have found a page with images from Turkey. Right-click on the desired image and choose Copy Image URL. Go back to the post editor, simply paste the link and click the Enter button. And the image is now set. Now, since we took this image from a different site, we want to make it clickable and enable visitors to access the original image source. To do that, we go to the link settings, then choose the link to custom URL. And in the link URL box here, we paste the URL of the image source, like this. I will also choose to open the image in a new tab once it is clicked. Let's now click Save, then Preview. And here we see that the image is clickable, and if I click on it, the source URL opens in a new tab. Let's go back and see one more final option to add an image, which is the drag and drop option. You drag and drop an image from your computer by first locating the image on the computer, left-click on it to select it, and simply drag it and drop it here, like this. And there it is. Those are the basics of what you can do to add and edit images. Previously, we saw how to add images to a text. But what about videos or other types of content? That's also easy, and to show you how, I created this new heading in our post here. Videos can be added in 2 ways, either from your own library or videos that you have made yourself, or you can also add videos that you find on external sites. Note that uploading videos to your directory, especially big ones, may slow down your site traffic and cause issues for the user experience. To save yourself this trouble, you may want to consider uploading your videos on YouTube or a similar platform and linking from there. Let's first see how you can upload videos. Click on the plus icon to add a new type of block. It may happen that you do not see the video option among these first options. If so, you can quickly search for it in the search bar here by typing video. And here it is. Click on it, and now there is a block in the editing screen. Similarly to the images, you can upload a video, add it from the media library, and insert it from a URL. Click on the upload button to reveal the dialog box where you can search for your video. Select it and click open. And the video is now in the post. Let's explore the options in the sidebar. You can choose to let the video automatically play when the post is open, but this is not something that we would recommend. You can choose for it to go in a loop, that is to say to replay every time it reaches the end. You can also mute it and allow or disallow playback options, which means that the visitors will be able to rewind, forward, pause, play, etc. Note that you cannot click on the video here within the editor, but only when you preview the post. You can also choose an image the video could start with. Click on the option here and choose the image from the media library or upload a new one if you want to. Let's click Save and check how the video appears in the post. Here it is. This is what your visitors will be able to see and do with the video. Let's go back and see the remaining options. We see that the options we have here for the video are similar as for the images. To quickly recap, you can add a caption, change the type of block, align the video to fit the text as you want, edit it, insert paragraphs or blocks, reuse it, or remove it. Okay, let's see how to add a video from URL now. Let's open another video box here. For example, you can add a video from YouTube by simply copying and pasting the link from a video, like this. Alternatively, if you want to add a video from another site, you can use the embeds instead of videos. Adding a video from YouTube is easy, but it may be slightly more complicated from other sites. For example, from TED. Let's press Enter here and click on the plus button, where we can find the embeds. In the embeds, you can see the icon of the most popular websites that you can embed content from. For example, let's see how a TED video would be embedded. Click on the TED icon. I conveniently have a TED page open here. Now note, this is a whole page with a video, but also all kinds of other content. Yet if I use the embed option, the main video will automatically be extracted and shown on my page. I copy the link, go back to the editor, paste it, and there it is. Now the options for editing embedded content in the sidebar are limited, and I can only choose for the video to automatically resize in relation to the browser size or the device my visitors are using. Let's save and preview how this looks like on the site. Here it is, just the video extracted from the other content of the TED page. Besides videos, we can also embed other types of content like images, tweets, as well as links to entire posts with previews. So I can embed a relevant Reddit post within my own post by choosing Reddit from the Embeds menu and just copying and pasting the link to the post. And it will appear in my post like this. Again, with embeds of any type, just like with the videos, the options I have is to allow to resize when the browser is resized. And that's it. We have shown you how to add images, videos, and embeds to the post, and you are now ready to do it yourself. In this video, we will explore blocks. We will continue in the same post as before, with the difference that I have removed the other bonus content to make space for the new one. As I already mentioned, blogs can be various content elements that you add to your posts and pages. We already saw how to add text, images, videos, and embeds. Those are the most used blogs, but there are more interesting things you can add. Let's click on the plus icon to see what kind of other blogs there are. The list is long, and to make things easier, it is divided into different main headings. First are the most used, which show the blog you use most frequently or most recently. Under the Common Blogs tab, we see some familiar blogs, such as the paragraph, image, cover, heading, gallery, and video. We have not yet explored the file, quote, list, and audio. Let's go through them one by one. First, we can add a file to a post. For example, you may want to add a downloadable PDF. You can do that by clicking on the File block, and the block with the options will appear. Just like with the other blocks, you can upload, drag and drop, or use the media library to add a file. Let's upload a PDF by clicking the Upload button and choosing a PDF document from the computer. The PDF file is now uploaded as a clickable link with the same title that the PDF document has. The options I have now in the sidebar are to link to the media file or an attachment page. Choose the Link to Media File option if you want the visitors to directly open or download the file by clicking on the file link or the download button. In the sidebar, we also have the option to open the document in a new tab once a visitor clicks it, as well as the option to hide the download button. I will select the Open in a New tab option only. Click Save and then Preview to see what happens. You can see that the link now appears here, it is clickable, and when clicked, it opens in a new tab, while when the download button is clicked, the document is downloaded. Alternatively, you can choose to link to attachment page. Let's do it and click Preview to see what happens now that we link to the attachment page. Here you see that clicking on the link first opens a new page with a preview of the document. Clicking on the document will only open it, but not download it. Okay, that was the file block. And let's now move on to the other common block, which is the quote block. Use this block to add some style to your quotes. I will click on it, and now I have the option to add some text. In this case, I have a quote about Istanbul ready. I will copy and paste it into the block. I will click Save Draft and Preview to see what it looks like. This is what the quote appears like on the page. The quote can either be regular, like it is now, or large, like this. In addition, there is one more option to change the quote a bit more. In the Editor toolbar, you can see the quote icon. Click on it and choose the Pull Quote option. Now you see that you can add some lines around the quote, and here you can change the text color, or even add a solid color block around the quote. Let's go to the next common block, which is the list. Just click on the list block, and you will see a bullet point appear in the editor. And now you can start typing the list. If you want, you can change the bullet points into numbers by selecting the Numbers option here. Finally, in the Common Blocks tab is the Audio block. You can see the options here are the same as we saw with the other media types. I will choose to upload a random audio file just to show you what it will look like. And now you see, once I uploaded it, a simple audio player is embedded. The options in the sidebar are to autoplay, loop, and preload. There is no option to change the look of this audio player. Now you know the most common and most useful blocks. You can read and learn more about all the blocks in the reading material provided in this module. So, I am sure you noticed that there are plenty of ways you can edit, style, and enhance your text with the block editor. Go ahead and explore, experiment, and see what works for you. Have fun!
Welcome back! Now you've just explored some really useful blocks. Then why another video? Is there more to explore? Yes, there is. In this screencast, I would like to draw your attention to one more block option, and a very useful one, reusing blocks. We mentioned it briefly in a previous video. If you create a new block, you can also save it as a reusable block. Just click the 3 dots and then add to reusable blocks. Enter a name here. And it's always smart to think of a name that helps you identify the block, especially when you're planning to save lots of reusable blocks. Now click Save. If you want to use it again, you can find it under the Reusable tab. Now, why or when would you reuse a block? Well, for example, if you have a blog and you want readers to follow you on, let's say, Twitter, you could end your post with an extra piece of text. Something like this. Let me just style it a bit. You could use this end line for almost any post. And instead of typing it again for every post, you can make it a reusable block and edit in one click. Saves you a lot of time. And the same goes for call to action buttons like this one. Buy our ebook. And then add a color. And add a link. Now you don't want to style a button over and over again, and you don't have to. Just create it once and then reuse it. You could do the same for size tables or feedback forms or whatever you think is useful for your site. Okay, now if you decide to edit a reusable block, and this is very important, then this block will change everywhere. For example, if you change the color of this reusable button, it will turn into yellow on all the pages where you've used it. That will save you a lot of time. But sometimes you don't want all buttons to change. Sometimes you just want to change a color, link, or some words for one specific post. And if that's what you want, then you should convert your reusable block into a regular block before you edit it. So add a reusable block. Click the 3 dots and then click Convert to regular block. And once it is regular, you can make your changes. Now the changes will only apply to this block. We've discussed the most important information about reusable blocks so far, but I would like to mention one more thing. You can manage all your reusable blocks in one place. Click the Reusable tab and then click this link here. Hey, this looks familiar. It's an overview. Here you can edit or delete your blocks, and you can export them. If you have more than one WordPress site, you can use your reusable blocks there as well. Simply import your export file by clicking this button. You can now use your reusable block on your other site as well. Really cool, right?
In this screencast, we will explore the functions that are available in the sidebar. In the previous videos, we frequently used the sidebar to make adjustments to the individual blocks. But note that the sidebar actually has 2 tabs, Block and Document. So far, we used the Block tab, which was different for every block. Let us now look at the Document tab in the sidebar, which contains settings for the post as a whole. The first tab is the status and visibility. And the first thing you can do here is determine the visibility of your post. You can set the visibility by clicking on the public link. It will open a flyout menu with the options public, private, and password protected. Determine the visibility by clicking on one of the options. And finish the action by clicking anywhere outside the menu. Second, you can choose when to publish the post, immediately, or schedule a different posting time and date. To pick a posting time and date, click on the link here. A flyout menu appears where you can insert the desired time and date. Once you have selected the date, simply close the menu by clicking anywhere outside of the menu. The stick to the top of the blog option allows for the selected post to appear first, even if you post other, newer content after publishing it. Note that if you select this, you will be able to preview the change only once you actually publish the post. So we'll select it now, and we will see how it will be displayed once the post is published. The pending review option will mark the post as pending instead of as draft. Note that if I select this option, the save link at the top changes from save draft to save as pending. The pending status will also appear in the post's overview, as you can see if I go to the post overview screen. If you have more users of your page, you will be able to choose who the author of the post is by clicking on this menu. The final option in the Status and Visibility tab allows you to delete the draft by clicking on the Move to Trash button. The next settings in the sidebar allow you to view your previous revisions. Click on it and a new screen will open. At the center of the screen, you see the before and after versions of the revision. To view when a revision was made and by whom, click and hold the arrows here while sliding the mouse left or right. You see the different changes appear at the breaking points of the slide bar. To restore a previous version, drag the arrow to the desired point and then click on the Restore this revision button. Moving on in the sidebar, next comes the Permalink tab. In order to tell you about permalinks, I will also use the Categories tab here in the sidebar. If you remember, we already picked a basic URL structure for our posts, which was the site name, followed by the category, and then the post name. You see here that we have the basic structure set. Since we do not have any categories created, the post is in the uncategorized category. We will tell you more about the theory and practice of categories in the next module. For now, instead of leaving this post uncategorized, we can actually quickly create a category here in the sidebar. If you want to add a new category, simply click on the Add New Category link. Add the category name, and if necessary, assign a parent category. Then click the Add New Category button, and it's done. I will now select this category for the post and click Save. And you now see that the category is changed here in the permalink. As previously mentioned, the basic permalink structure, in this case categories and post name, is something we will not change, since it may lead to errors. What we can change is the last part of the URL, which is the post title. The basic structure will stay the same. Of course, we will still have the countries followed by the post title. However, we can make changes to the post title itself. For example, if the title seems too long, we can shorten it by removing some of the words, like this. It is important to mention that once you publish the post with this particular URL, you should no longer change it. If you do change it, the post will be published on multiple pages, which will lead to errors and consequences for the findability of your post. Okay, now that we saw both permalinks and categories, we can move on to the next setting, tags. To add a tag, simply type it in the Add New Tag box. Note that you need to press the Enter button on your keyboard after each tag you add for it to be added. In the next setting in the sidebar, you can add a featured image to your post. Click on the Set Featured Image button. You can either upload a new photo or choose one from the media library. I will choose this one and click Select. You now see the image in the sidebar. To see what the image looks like in the post, I will click on Save and then Preview. And you see that the image is automatically set as a cover for this post. Moving on, in the sidebar you can determine the content of the post excerpt. This refers to the excerpt that will be shown when your post appears in an RSS feed. And if your team supports it, it can also appear in other places that allow quick summaries, for example, in the category archives. Finally, before publishing, in the sidebar you can choose to allow or disable comments, or allow and disable pingbacks and trackbacks by leaving the box checked or unchecking it. If you are satisfied with everything here, it might be wise to first preview the post before publishing it. And once you are satisfied with what you see in the preview, you can move on and publish by simply clicking the Publish button. That will trigger a new menu in the sidebar where you can once again check the visibility and the time of publishing the post. At the bottom, you can choose to always see these checks or skip them in the future. All that is left now is to press Publish and the post will be live. Note that even though your post is now on your site, you can still make changes to it. You can continue editing as you did before, and instead of saving the draft, you will need to click Update. Alternatively, if you want to temporarily remove the post from your site, click on Switch to Draft, which will remove the post until you decide to publish it again. Let's publish it back again and preview it. And this is what the post will look like once I click to read it. And if I click on the posts overview, I also see that it is featured and that a featured image appears as a cover image. There are a few more things to add concerning the sidebar. First, some plugins, for example the Yoast plugin, may also appear in the sidebar. And of course, depending on the plugin, the options that will appear will differ. Secondly, so far we explored the sidebar in the post editing screen, but the sidebar also appears in the pages editing screen. Let's see it by clicking on the Pages menu item and then click on a page. You see that the options are actually the same. You have the sidebar divided into the Document and Blog tabs. The blocks you can add to pages are the same as the ones for posts. The only difference is that in the Document tab of the sidebar, there are slightly less options compared to the post. And there is one different option here at the bottom, which is the Page Attributes, where you can assign a parent page. We will tell you more about parent pages in the next module. So that is it about the sidebar. You are now ready to publish your first page or post.
In this lesson, we'll explore the various ways of organizing your site within WordPress. We'll discuss the ideal way to structure your site, your menus, your breadcrumbs, and lastly, categories and tags. Now, let's take a look at how you should organize your site if you're starting from scratch and could create an ideal situation, which, if you're taking this course, may well be the case. Yay, win for you! That saves you a whole lot of trouble. So, what does a well-organized website look like? We think it looks like a pyramid with a number of levels. Your homepage is all the way at the top, where it's lonely. And then you have some category pages under the homepage. You should be able to file all of your content under one of these categories. And if your site is larger, you'll have some categories that fall under these categories as well. WordPress calls the main or top level categories parent categories. Categories that fall under another category are called a child category. For example, for Yoast.com, the pyramid would look like this. Our homepage at the top, and the category pages Yoast SEO plugin, SEO courses, SEO blog and support under it. Almost everything we do can be filed under one of these major categories. These parent categories have child categories. The category page SEO blog, for example, has child categories for every SEO topic we write about, such as analytics, for example. Now, under these child categories, there's a level with all the individual posts we have on our website. So in our case, there are 4 levels: homepage, parent categories, child categories, and then regular pages and posts. So let's see how this works for everydayimtraveling.com. What might our travel blogs pyramid look like? Well, maybe something like this. Again, the homepage is at the top, and then we have to have category pages. So what categories make sense? We know we have several contributors who travel all over the world, so using the continents might make sense in this case. So we'd have a category for Europe, Africa, South America, North America, Asia, and let's call it Australia and New Zealand, because that's probably what people will be looking for more than Oceania. Of course, these main categories can be divided into child categories as well. We'll add child categories for the regions our travel bloggers have visited. For example, the category Asia includes the child categories Central Asia, East Asia, South Asia, Southeast Asia, and Western Asia. Now, if you want to add another layer, you can make these categories parents to even more specific categories. So Southeast Asia might be a parent of Indonesia, for example. Asia would be, in that case, sort of a grandparent to Indonesia. Now, using continents as travel blog menu items is just one possibility. Other configurations might make sense as well. If our travel blog were less ambitious, we might have just the countries our authors have visited for chart categories and do away with the regions altogether. Or we could also just as well put all of these categories under one big destinations category and add accommodations, travel essentials, and reviews categories. It really depends on what you want to do, what you want to focus on and discuss on your site, and how you can keep your site well balanced. So you're going to have to think long and hard about this before you make any decisions for your own site. For this example, we'll stick with the continents approach, because our authors mostly write articles that are centered around a destination. We'll revisit the topic of categories in the next video. But first, let's explore the most important part of organizing your site, the homepage. It goes without saying that your homepage should act as a navigation hub for your visitors. You should link to your most important pages from your homepage. By doing this, your visitors are more likely to end up on the pages you want them to end up on. As an added bonus, you show Google that these pages are important as well. Of course, if your site gets bigger, you won't be able to link from the homepage to all of your important pages. At Yoast, we write about 6 new articles a week, and we have about 16 important main articles. We cannot link to all of them from the homepage. That will lead to clutter, which makes it less likely that your visitors notice the pages you want them to visit. In addition to having a well-structured homepage, it's also important to create a clear navigation path on your entire site. Your site-wide navigation consists of 2 main elements, the menu and the breadcrumbs. First of all, the menu. The website menu is the most common aid for navigation on your website, and you want to make the best possible use of it. Visitors use your menu to find things on your website. It helps them understand the structure of your site. And that's why the main categories on your site should all have a place in the menu on your homepage. Furthermore, it's not always necessary to put everything in just one menu. If you have a big site with lots of categories, this may clutter your website and makes your main menu a poor reflection of the rest of your site. Where it makes sense, it's perfectly fine to create a second menu, like the one the Manhattan College site uses. On this site, the second menu links to pages aimed at specific audiences. But be careful, if there's no specific reason on your site to implement a second menu, one menu bar is better. It maintains clarity and focus. And finally, just like on your homepage, don't add too many links to your menu. The structure of your site can be made even clearer by adding breadcrumbs to your pages. Breadcrumbs are usually visible above the title of your post. They are clickable links that look like this: Home, Europe, Southern Europe, Italy. Breadcrumbs improve both the user experience as well as the SEO of your blog. They show you how the current page fits into the larger structure of your site. Breadcrumbs allow your users to easily navigate your site, and they will help them to find their way if they land directly on a page at a lower level of your pyramid, for example via Google. Moreover, they allow search engines to determine the structure of your site more easily. In addition to that, Google might use breadcrumbs in the search results. Now, unfortunately, WordPress doesn't offer breadcrumbs functionality out of the box, but adding breadcrumbs is quite easy. If you use a WordPress site, you can use one of the many breadcrumbs plugins. Okay, so now you should have a basic idea of how to create the foundation of a well-organized site. In the next lesson, we'll explore how to build on this foundation using categories and tags. By now, you know what a well-organized site looks like. However, we have not yet discussed 2 major factors in organizing your website: categories and tags. WordPress uses so-called taxonomies to group content. Now, the word taxonomy is basically a fancy term for a group of things, like website pages in this case, that have something in common. This is convenient because people looking for more information on the same topic will be able to find similar articles more easily. And you can group content in different ways, and the default taxonomies in WordPress are categories and tags. Now, you may have heard of them, but are you using them right? Let's take a look at categories. Some things have something in common because they can all be filed under the same category, like Canada and the US and the Caribbean are all part of North America, for example. Thus, they can be put into the North America category. North America is the overarching term, and the rest is all part of North America. So there's always a certain hierarchy to categories. North America is at the top as the main term, and the rest is merely one of the parts that together make North America. You should divide the blog posts on your site into a number of categories. If they grow too big, add child categories to these categories to clear things up again. If you have a large blog category, like North America for example, the US could be added as a child category under which you put all the different travel posts about the US. Again, there's still a certain hierarchy here. North America is still at the top, but the US is now in the middle rather than at the bottom of the food chain. That place is now reserved for the specific articles about the US that fall under that category. Adding this hierarchy and categorizing your pages helps your user and Google make sense of every single page you write. When implementing your category structure, make sure to add your main categories to the main menu of your site. On a side note, if you're working with pages and not posts, this works a little differently. Posts work with categories and tags, whereas pages don't. It's still possible to add hierarchy to pages though. To do that, you assign a parent page to a page in the sidebar. By the way, there are also plugins that allow you to add categories and tags to pages if that's what you prefer. Back to creating categories though. How should you go about this? Well, it's very important that you don't create too many categories, or people won't be able to see the wood for the trees. It's difficult to pinpoint exactly how many categories you should have. A blog may have a different number of categories than an online shop with all kinds of different products. So consider what makes sense for your situation and don't let the number get out of hand. Also, it's generally a good idea to try to make sure that your categories are roughly the same size. If one category becomes too large because you have a lot of pages about a certain topic, you should divide that category into two categories. You can replace the large category by two new ones at the same level like this, or you can keep the large category and add two new child categories below like this. A good rule of thumb for the size of categories is to make sure that no category is more than twice the size of any other category. It's all about keeping things clear for your visitors and the search engine. Now, once you're satisfied with your structure, take a look at the names you have come up with for your categories. If you have enough content about a certain subject for it to require its own category, you can bet that people are searching for it as well. That's why it's very wise to make sure your category names resemble the search terms people use to find something in Google. Your site structure will also benefit from adding tags. But what's the difference between a category and a tag, you may think? Well, the difference has to do with structure and the way you structure things. As mentioned before, categories are hierarchical. You can have child categories and even child categories to child categories. Tags, however, don't have that hierarchy. Tags just say, hey, this article has a certain property that might be interesting for a reader. And readers can then use tags to find articles that mention something they're looking for. Let's go back to our travel blog to illustrate this. In addition to the categories on the site, we've added tags like city trip, cuisine, budget, and active to certain articles. This makes, for example, budget holidays easier to find for people who are specifically looking for cheap holidays, because those holidays can be found across several different categories and the tags, they tie them together. You should limit the number of tags you use. If you add a new tag to every post or article, you're not structuring anything. Always make sure tags are used more than once or twice on your site. If tags are used only once, the tag page will be exactly the same as the blog post where you added a tag. This may create duplicates or thin content, and this is bad for your rankings. In addition, make sure your tags group articles that really have something in common. Furthermore, always make sure your tags are visible to your visitors somewhere, preferably at the bottom of your article. Tags are really useful for your visitors as they enable them to read more about the same topic. Now, the last thing you need to be aware of when creating categories and tags is that every time you create one, you'll also create an archive page on your website. On this archive page, all the posts and pages within a category or tag will be listed. And it's important to look at these archive pages and optimize them if your theme allows you to, because that can really improve the way your users experience your site. There are other archive pages besides category and tag pages, like author archives and date archives. Now, that's it for categories and tags. Now you should have a clear idea of how you should organize your sites to make sure your visitors reach the pages you want them to reach.
So far, we discussed why organizing your site is important. Now, let's see how we actually do that. Let's start by adding some categories to posts. To do that, you hover over Posts and then click Categories. If you click it, you'll land on a page where you can create categories. I have already added a lot of categories here, but there are still a few more left to add. I still need to create a category for Australia and New Zealand. So let's start by writing the name of the category. I will use Australia and New Zealand instead of Oceania, and I will add the name right here. Now, below the name, you can enter a slug. What you enter here is how the category will show up as part of your URL. So if we enter Australia and New Zealand with hyphens in between, in lowercase, the URL for every post in this category will be everydayimtraveling.com/Australia and New Zealand, and then the post name. Remember, we already discussed editing permalinks. Let's quickly go back to the permalinks screen, which I have open here. The slug I mentioned will only work if you've added the category value in the permalinks settings. If you're using the default settings, the slug will not work. Let's go back, and we see here that under the slug, there's the parent category setting. Because this page has no parent, we'll leave that untouched for now, but we will see how to add a parent category soon. Below the parent category is the description. The description may be shown on category archive pages in certain themes. But honestly, many themes don't have this setting. The default WordPress theme we are working with in this course, for example, doesn't. Check for yourself what happens when entering a description and whether you will find it useful. If you don't, you can just leave this field empty. Now, when you're done filling all this in, you click Add New Category, and you will see the category show up in the overview on the right. Now, Australia and New Zealand is one big category, so let's divide that into two child categories. We will add the child category in the same way as we did the parent category. We add a name, Australia here, the slug, and here in parent category, we choose Australia and New Zealand as the parent category. And then we just click the Add button. And you'll see that in the overview on the right, Australia is filed under Australia and New Zealand, with a line in front of the name to indicate that it is part of the parent category. And I will go through the same steps for New Zealand quickly. Now, in the overview here, there are also some other options. If you hover over a category with the mouse, you see that you can edit a category by clicking the Edit link, and you'll get the same menu you see on the left, just on a different screen. Let's go back to the overview, where I will hover the mouse once again to reveal the other options, and I see that there is also an option to Quick Edit, and you see that I am now able to change the name and the slug only. You can also delete a category, and if you click on the View link, you will be taken to the category archive page. We will check that out a bit later. Here, you can see the description and the number of posts under a specific category. If you find this distracting, you can turn them off using the screen options at the top of the page, right here, and untick the boxes of the options you don't want to see anymore. In addition, if you'd like to convert some of your categories to tags, you can speed up this task using a little tool if you click on the link here. Note that the page you land on isn't the tool. You'll first have to install the converter here. Once it's installed, you can convert categories to tags and vice versa. This may be handy and a real time saver if you're revising your site structure and you think that some of the categories you have work better as tags, or the other way around. Let's now move on to the tags page. Here, there's not really a lot to say. It works quite the same as categories, only you can't assign parent tags because tags are not hierarchical. Let's add a new tag to see how it works. For example, I add the tag adventure. I will add the name, the slug, and I will click here. And the tag is now added and I can see it in the overview. What's left now is to add some posts to a category and to tag them with some tags. We will do that by selecting a post from the post screen and click on it. And now we will use the sidebar at the right side of the screen. Here we see the categories and tag settings, and I get an overview of all the categories and tags I've set up. Don't forget, you can add posts to multiple categories. Istanbul, for example, is partly located in Europe and Asia, so any posts about it should be added to both categories, plus Central and Eastern Europe, plus Western Asia. To confirm your settings, it is just a matter of ticking the boxes and updating the post at the top of the page. Now, to organize your pages, you need to do something slightly different. Let's go to the Pages screen to see how that works. I select the page, and here you also go to the sidebar, but you won't see categories and tags. Here, you'll just see the option to assign a parent page to the page you're currently editing under Page Attributes. So simply select the page you want the page you're on to fall under, and your hierarchy will be set. As we mentioned in the video, you'll also create an archive page every time you create a category or tag and add posts to that category or tag. On these archive pages, you'll get an overview of all the posts within that category or tag. I will go back to the categories now to show you this. Here we are. Now check out this archive page, for example, for the Central and Eastern Europe category. In the standard 2019 theme, there's really nothing you can do to optimize these pages without diving into code. In certain other themes, you can use the description field we mentioned earlier to spice up these pages. By editing a category, you can customize the text and add images and links, for example. Some themes give you even more freedom to customize archive pages. So picking a theme that allows you to do what you want to do is really very important here. Now that I've got my categories and tags set up, I want to add some categories in the side menu. To do this, go to Appearance, then Menus. Here, you can create a menu. The most intuitive way of doing it is by clicking the Manage with Live Preview option at the top of the page. That will take us to the customizer that we already discussed in a previous module. In this screen, it's very easy to see what you're doing. If you don't have any menus yet, you'll first have to create one, give it a name, and decide where it should appear. We already have a menu here called Menu. Now, let's add some menu items, our most important categories. I will click on Add Items here, and as you can see, you can automatically select between your pages, posts, categories, and tags. Let's select some categories. For example, I will add Africa and Asia. All I need to do is click on the cross here, and the category will be added. You can also see how these appear in the menu at the right side of the screen. To save the category in the menu as it appears here, click Publish, and it's done. Now you can create additional menus as well. What options are available to you depends on your theme. In 2019, you can add a footer menu and a social links menu. The footer menu appears at the bottom, and the social links menu appears under the top menu by default. In 2017, for example, you can add a social links menu that shows up at the bottom of your site by default. Below, you can tick a box to make sure that the new top-level pages are automatically added to the menu. This means that anytime you create a page with no parent, so this is not a child page to another page, it will show up in your menu. I'd advise you not to tick this box and add pages to the menu yourself, and in that way you will have full control. So, we have reached the end of the screencast. And in it, we went over how to add categories and tags, how to couple them with posts, and how to add categories to a menu. You can now get to work and create your own website structure.
To manage your WordPress site, especially when working with multiple users, WordPress created a number of user roles. Let's dive into these roles and see what they can do for you. In the first place, what are user roles? Well, user roles determine what people can do on your site. Subscribers can only read things, whereas administrators can do almost anything. More power also means more risks. So administrators can do a lot of great things, but they can also break stuff. Keep that in mind when you add new users. What do you want a new user to do? Which user role will suit them best? Currently, WordPress gives you 5 predefined options to choose from. You simply click the role you think is best and WordPress takes care of the rest. Now let's first discuss the 5 different user roles WordPress offers. I'll come back to the practical part of assigning roles to users in the last part of this video. Let's start with the most powerful role, the administrator. If you've set up a WordPress site for yourself or you're planning to do so, this role will be given to you automatically. It gives you access to all WordPress features like the ability to install or update plugins or to add or remove users. Most WordPress beginners will have a single site installation. However, there is one more user role available for multi-site installations. That additional role is called Super Admin. You'll find more information about multi-site networks and the Super Admin role in the reading materials. For our example site everydayimtraveling.com, Nora Smith is the admin. She added her fellow bloggers Arya, Benjamin, Daniel and Taylor as new users. They are all assigned to the role of author. This role is less powerful than the role of admin, but also more focused. Authors can, what a surprise, write and publish posts. They can only edit, publish and delete their own posts, and moderate comments on their own posts. In our example case, that works just fine. Our 5 authors all blog about their own travel experiences. Aya is not allowed to edit or delete Daniel's posts, but why would she want that anyway? With regard to managing content, Nora has more rights than the 4 others. In contrast to her travel buddies, she can edit, publish and delete posts of every author. In other words, she can take up the role of editor whenever she wants. This role is included in her role as admin. An editor has all the rights to do things that are related to content management. For example, editors can also write pages where authors can only write posts. However, editors can't activate plugins, create users or install themes, as admins can. Let's continue with the last 2 user roles WordPress offers. Contributors can write, edit and delete their own posts, but they can't publish them, as authors can. If many people write for one site, you might want to have one central figure that decides whether the content is actually published. The central figure should have the role of editor. The rest of the team can deliver content in the role of contributor. This limitation can also be useful when you work with guest writers, or when someone other than the writer needs to add tags or images before the content goes live. Contributors can't accidentally hit publish, it makes it easier for editors to keep things under control. By the way, it's important to note that contributors can't access the media library to upload files, whereas authors can. Finally, on the bottom of the WordPress user role food chain, we find the subscriber. Subscribers can read your site, post comments and create a profile, but they can't write, edit or delete posts. So what's the use of this user role, you might think? Well, for people who add comments to posts very often, this makes things a lot easier, because you don't have to enter your details over and over again. But you could also give subscribers access to specific content that would be invisible to other people, like a training. Okay, so far we've discussed 5 predefined user roles in WordPress: the administrator or super admin, the editor, the author, the contributor and the subscriber. In addition to these predefined roles, developers can also create new roles. We did that for our Yoast SEO plugin, for instance. So don't panic when you find more user roles in your WordPress install than the ones we discussed in this video. They've probably been added by other plugins. Now let's get practical. Where can you find these user roles in the WordPress backend and how can you change them? Keep in mind that only admin users can add new users and assign user roles. This is the back end of Every Day I'm Traveling. You can see that Nora Smith is currently logged in as administrator. Now click the menu item Users in the admin menu. Click Add New User if that is what you want. Fill in the fields and select the user role down here. You can also change the user role directly in the user overview, or edit the user profile by clicking the name and then changing the user role over here. Don't forget to change the nickname too, because it's set to the username by default. If you don't change it, people will see your username under the title of your post or in the sidebar, and this makes it easier to hack your account. Finally, don't forget to click Update User. That's it. Thank you for watching and good luck assigning roles to your users.
Updates. Everyone knows them and most of us find them annoying. We love to ignore updates for as long as we can. The same goes for making backups. It's a hassle and often an afterthought. But how sensible is that really? In this video, we'll explore 3 reasons why updates are essential: security, bug fixes, and new features. We'll also tell you why and how to make backups of your WordPress site. But first, let's explore the importance of updates. When you click that update button, you are adding the latest code from the developer of the plugin or theme that you are updating. They usually update this code because of a couple of different reasons. The first one is security. As WordPress powers more than 1/3 of the web, it also becomes interesting for hackers to look for the security holes in WordPress. Because if they find weak spots in the system, it gives them the opportunity to attack tens of millions of websites. Hacks can help spread spam or inject viruses. This can obviously hurt you in several ways. Therefore, improving security is by far the most important reason to update your WordPress website. By installing updates of WordPress core files, plugins, and themes, the security of your website is often considerably improved. Developers constantly try to adjust the vulnerable parts of the code to make them more secure against external attacks. So if you want to reduce the risk of your website being hacked, don't hesitate, just update. The second reason to update often has to do with so-called bug fixes. When developing software, it's almost impossible to avoid errors creeping in. Luckily, the WordPress community is very active and alert. If the community members spot errors in the code, which are called bugs, they report them to the developers. The developers then try to fix these bugs, which will lead to another update. Bug fixes simply make sure your product works better. And lastly, updates unlock new features for you. Many developers are constantly working on their products to improve them. For example, the new block editor in the latest versions of WordPress. It's become a lot better and easier to use with recent updates. These new features are only available to those who hit that update button though. You don't want to miss the boat on cool stuff that benefits your site. Unfortunately, updating WordPress, themes and plugins is not always as simple as just one click. Most updates are fairly quick and successful, but something does go wrong now and then. Parts of the website may no longer work optimally. Content may look strange or even vanish, and worst case scenario, entire websites may go completely blank. You can minimize your risks by only using high-quality plugins and themes. But it is never entirely predictable how a plugin interacts with a theme or with another plugin. And it can also be risky to update old software for which you've missed a couple of updates, which is actually a reason to update regularly and frequently. Therefore, before you update, it's always wise to take a look at what exactly is updated so you can test and take this into account. You can view this before installing an update by clicking Details. Now, another thing that's important to do regularly is making a backup of your website before updating. If updates cause issues, you can always revert to an earlier version of your website. Updates aren't the only reason for backups. You may also have problems with your hosting provider or get hacked. When you do, it's useful, to say the least, to have an up-to-date backup of your WordPress site. You should always save this backup in different places for extra security. For example, you could save a copy on the hard drive of your laptop and save a copy on your external hard drive as well. Making a WordPress backup is not complicated. However, keep in mind that the process consists of 2 separate parts. A backup of the WordPress files must be made, as well as a backup of your WordPress database. You can create backups either manually, through your host, or, and this is by far the easiest and most convenient way, by using a WordPress plugin. We won't go into how to create backups manually, since it's a little advanced and the results will be the same as backing up through your host or via a plugin. Let's first take a look at how to back up your site through your host. A good web host will allow you to set automated backups from within their control panel. This is usually limited to a backup once a day for the low to medium tier hosting packages. There is also a wide range of WordPress backup plugins. For example, you have WordPress database backup plugins, plugins that just back up your files, but also plugins that do both. These backup plugins help you to make a backup quick and easy. Due to the wide range of possibilities in the WordPress directory, it is sometimes difficult to make a choice. Here are 3 of the most well-known backup plugins. The WordPress service was set up by Automatic, the company behind WordPress.com. With WordPress, you can arrange automatic backups. WordPress is now part of the Jetpack plugin. In addition to backups, WordPress also monitors the security of your website. From the WordPress control panel, you can download backups or restore them immediately. The Block Vault service is one of the best solutions for creating and managing backups in WordPress. Block Vault also gives users the option to choose real-time backups. This is not necessary for most websites, but if you have an online shop with many orders, you want to be sure that you will not lose any orders if you restore a backup. Block Vault takes care of this. Updraft Plus is one of the most popular backup plugins for WordPress. In addition to the free version, Updraft Plus also offers 2 paid versions, Updraft Plus Premium and Updraft Plus Gold. With those paid versions, you can do more than just backups. For example, you can also use the premium versions to migrate your websites, and these versions of the plugin will automatically make a backup before you install an update. In addition, Updraft Plus gives you storage space for the paid versions in the Updraft Vault. So, that's it for the theory. In the upcoming screencast, we'll guide you through the practical process of making backups and doing updates. In other words, we'll teach you what you have to do for your own site.
In the previous video, you learned about the importance of updating and backing up your site regularly. In this video, we will explore some of the ways you can back up your data and perform updates in WordPress. More precisely, we will show you how to back up your site using plugins and how to update your WordPress version, your themes, and your plugins. Note that we will not go over how to back up your site through your host. This is because backing up differs per host, so it is likely that the way we can back up with our host will not be the same as you can do it with yours. Another note before we go on. So far, we have been using a local test site, which was not live or it wasn't visible to the public. However, to most effectively show you how to do backups, we will now be using another site, which is a test site, but it is live and it is functioning. Since it is a test site, you may notice some clutter here and there, but please pay no mind to that. Okay, now that we have everything out of the way, let's start. We start with backups because before doing any updates, especially major ones like updating to a new version of WordPress, it is highly recommended to do a backup first. For the sake of time and convenience, we will show you how to do backups with 2 different plugins, Updraft Plus and Block Vault. But be aware that these are not the only plugins you can use to back up your site. We have chosen these particular 2 based on their popularity and our own positive experience. However, if you know of other plugins, do feel free to use them. First, we will see how to back up a site with the Updraft Plus plugin. We already showed you how to find and install plugins, so we will go through this quickly. To save time, I already installed and activated the plugin. Once activated, this particular plugin creates a tab in the Settings menu item. So let's go there. You see the tab is created here, and I will click on it. Again, for the sake of time, I already performed the backup, but we can still check out the options here. In this screen, you can choose to back up straight away by clicking the Backup Now button. But let's first see what else is there. In the first tab, there is an overview of the scheduled backups as well as a list of existing backups. To schedule a backup and adjust the settings, we need to go to the Settings tab. I click on the tab, and we see that we can schedule backups for files and database separately. What's the difference between these two? Well, files form the core of your site and make sure everything works. For example, files govern what happens with the different WordPress features in your backend and with the plugins you have installed. A database, on the other hand, stores files associated to your site in a structured manner. The files stored in the database are, for example, a comment someone left on your site, the time and date that comment was published, and the IP address of the commenter. The information on your posts, pages, categories, and tags, and how everything relates to each other is also stored in the database. To be safe and secure, it is best to back up both the files and the database. The frequency of your backups that you can set here will depend on the type of site you have. If you post regularly, or if you have an e-commerce site, for example, it may be advisable to backup very regularly. Very regularly, as you can see if you click the options here, can mean as often as every 2 hours. If, on the other hand, you write posts once a week or even less frequently, you may choose to do backups weekly or bi-weekly. Here, you also choose how many backups you want to save. The number of backups you save will depend on your needs and how active your site is. Now, where do these backups go? In the case with this plugin, the setting below lets you choose where to store the backups. Out of all these many options, I chose Google Drive, again out of convenience, since I already had a readily available account. Below this option, there is a list of things you can choose from, and I will choose all of them, and then click Save. Now, if you also choose to store your files in Google Drive, you will first need to go through an authentication process, and the plugin will guide you every step of the way, so that will be easy. Once you are done with that, you can go back to the first step and just click Backup Now. Once the backup is done, you will get a message that it was successful, and you will be able to find your files here in this screen. Since I chose Google Drive, if I go to my Google Drive, I will see the backup files are also available there. Back to the backend, the options now is to click on each of these buttons and download the files to the computer. This is recommended, since in that way you will have the files stored in multiple locations. The reason to save files in multiple locations, for example, your computer, a hard drive, the cloud, is to make sure that your backups will remain accessible if one of the locations becomes corrupt or inaccessible. There are some remaining options in the plugin that allow you to choose to restore this version, delete it, and view a log. So, that was the basis of what you can do with this particular plugin. I will stop here because, as I mentioned, this is not an advertisement, but an illustration of how one particular plugin can help you back up your site easily. Another widely used plugin that provides backups is the Blog Vault. As with the previous plugin, I have also already installed and activated this one. I can find this plugin in the admin menu, and I will click on it. Now you see here, I already provided an account and linked it with the site. When you provide the account, you will see a drop-down menu where you will be able to choose to back up your site. It is all very simple, and you will just need to give an email address and go through a few easy steps. Since you already connected the account, we can go straight to the Blog Vault dashboard. We have mentioned this before a lot of times. How things appear differ per plugin. And here you see a living proof. While with the first plugin, we did the backup with the backend in the settings menu, with this one, we need to go to an external site to access the plugin dashboard. And what we see here is in fact the Blog Vault dashboard, where we see an overview of the website. The first box here shows the backups, which is what we will focus on. I will click on the backups number. A new screen opens with details about the backup. And here we see that actually there is a backup currently in progress. And the option in the right corner here allows you to migrate the files, upload them to Dropbox, download them, and test the backup. Finally, you can choose when the next backup should be performed with the sync options. So that's it for the backups. It's pretty simple, really, if you use a plugin. Now that we saw how we can back up a site with some plugins, let's check out the updates. WordPress does quite a good job at making sure to remind you of any available updates. If a new version of WordPress is available, you will usually be notified right here in the dashboard. When you have the dashboard open, you can also see the notifications in the Updates tab right here in the Admin menu. Let's click on that and see what's there. First, you see the most critical issues WordPress wants to draw your attention to. There is also a reminder by WordPress that it is best to do backups before moving on to updating. We already did that, so we should be fine. You see here, there is also a button to check for available updates. WordPress does it automatically, but if you want, you can do it manually by clicking this button. Now, the available updates are listed under different headings. You can update WordPress, as well as plugins and themes. We see here that actually all our plugins are up to date, so we will update only the themes, but it actually works the same, so there's no problem there. I will click Select All and click Update Themes. I will be taken to a new screen where I will be able to see the progress of my updates. And once the update is done, I will go back to the Update screen. Okay, we have the plugins and themes updated. Let's just update WordPress now and we are done. All we have to do is click the Update Now button. And we will be informed that the update is done. And in this case, we also see that a database update is also required. So let's just click that as well. And that is done. And now we can go back. And that is it actually. Now, it may happen that you will run into errors or issues when doing backups and updates. One way to control what is happening on your site is to go to the Tools menu item in the Admin menu, then click on Site Health tab. You can see any issues that have been detected and if you need to do something about it. We will go into more detail about this in the reading materials. In addition to the site health, you can also install a plugin called Health Check and Troubleshooting. We will also say a bit more about this in the reading materials. Finally, yet another way to make sure things will not go south is to first deactivate your plugins before updating WordPress. Of course, all of these things are optional, and it is your responsibility to decide what you will do with your site. So that is it. In this screencast, we saw how to back up your site with 2 different plugins and how to update WordPress plugins and themes. Hopefully, you noticed that it was not very hard, so we do encourage you to regularly update and back up your site and keep it safe.
In this video, I will take you through some common mistakes. So, you've got your site up and running. You know how to create content and keep your site up to date. You've got backups sorted, and that's great, because that's one of the most commonly made mistakes. Here are a couple of more common mistakes you should avoid. As we've learned in a previous lesson, it's good to think about your permalinks before you actually start using WordPress. Permalinks, the name kind of says it, are meant to be permanent. So once you've set them, you really shouldn't change them again. If you do decide to change them, the URL of your posts will change. This means search engines can no longer find your post as they have indexed the old permalink. Visitors coming to your site via search engines will end up on your site with an error message saying the post could not be found, the infamous 404 message. Between WordPress, all the plugins and themes, it can be hard to keep track of all the updates a site needs, especially if everything is working smoothly. It can be even harder to see the immediate value in taking the time to process those updates. But keeping plugins and themes and WordPress itself updated is one of the most important tasks you have as a site owner. Updates not only bring new features, but oftentimes fix bugs and security issues. Last thing you want to see happen is end up with a hacked site, right? We've talked about what plugins are and what they can do. And with more than 50,000 plugins available in the WordPress repository, you have a lot of options to choose from, which makes it very tempting to install a plugin for every little thing you can think of. But that doesn't come without a cost. Not only will you have to keep all these plugins up to date whenever there are updates, but there are other risks as well. You may end up with a slow site. Too many plugins doing fancy stuff can possibly slow your site down. So evaluate carefully before you install a new plugin. We've talked about where to get a theme for your site. Chances are you found one that fits your needs. You've installed it, but after a little while, you realize you want to change a few things. And you can. But before you dive into how to change your theme, you should create a child theme and make your changes in the child theme. By doing this, you'll be sure that when your initial theme sees some updates, you won't lose all your modifications. By the way, there's a big chance you only want to do some CSS changes, and the Customizer should suffice for this. CSS is a markup language that's used to design what a website looks like. That's also a future-proof way to change things about your theme. One of the most common mistakes we see is once you have your site up and running, you may want to delete posts or pages. They may no longer serve the purpose they used to serve. And it makes good sense to remove those. However, since the search engines have indexed your site, deleted content on your site will render the infamous 404 pages, page not found. Our Yoast SEO premium plugin solves this for you. When you first install WordPress, WordPress will create a sample page and a Hello World post for you. Make sure you delete the default sample page via the Pages menu and the Hello World post via the Post menu. Okay, that's it for this lesson. In the next lesson, we'll dive a little deeper into the world of security.
We've arrived at the last lesson of this module. In this lesson, we're going to talk about WordPress security. As is stated on the WordPress website, security in WordPress is taken very seriously, but as with any other system, there are potential security issues that may arise if some basic security precautions aren't taken. What does this mean? Well, basically, if you don't want your site to get hacked, you should improve the security of your WordPress site. If your security isn't up to par, it's easier for hackers to steal your user information, passwords, install malicious software, and even distribute malware to your users. We're assuming this isn't something you'd want. That's why in this lesson we'll enumerate some suggestions on how to improve security on your WordPress site. Please make sure to back up your site before trying any of the methods we'll discuss in this lesson. Since we don't know how your site is built, we're not sure how it will respond to these tips. The most important thing for WordPress security is to make sure everything on your site is updated to the latest version. Your WordPress core installation, your themes, your plugins. If you make sure they're all up to date on a daily basis, you'll reduce security risks tremendously. A recent study shows that a very large percentage of all website hacks came from out-of-date, vulnerable versions of plugins. So it's crucial to update all of your themes, plugins, and your WordPress core installation when there are new and improved versions available. Make sure you always keep your plugins, your themes, and WordPress itself up to date. Always. What's also very important, your password. Make sure your password is hard to guess. 123456 isn't a password, and even Star Wars made the list of most used passwords. Remember, you're not as unique as you think you are. An easy thing to remember is make sure your password is CLU, complex, long, and unique. But even then, coming up with a difficult password usually just isn't enough. Computers are trained to guess passwords, and passwords that are hard for humans to remember are usually easy for computers to guess. Most strong passwords that humans come up with have the same structure. They start with a capital, some letters are substituted for numbers, a 4 instead of an A anyone, and they usually end with a punctuation mark and/or a number. Therefore, we strongly recommend using a password management tool. Password managers basically do two important things. 1. They generate super strong, unique, long, and random passwords for you, so you don't have to come up with them yourself. 2. They store and manage these passwords for all your online accounts in an encrypted format. It's much safer to use a randomly generated password instead of a human-generated one. And with a password manager, you don't have to worry about remembering them. Password managers we recommend are 1Password and LastPass. Another way to reduce the risk of hackers getting into your site is by using two-factor authentication, also abbreviated with 2FA. The essence of two-factor authentication is exactly as implied in the name. 2 forms of authentication. It's not enough to just enter your username and password, you'll also have to enter a code, usually generated by an app on your phone. Google Authenticator and Authy are the most used apps for this, but this is also included in 1Password, one of the password managers we mentioned. There are other forms of authentication factors as well, like fingerprints, your eye's iris, voice, etc. What also makes your WordPress site more secure is using a secure connection. How? Well, you should make sure your site uses HTTPS instead of HTTP. When you type in a URL in the search bar, your browser tries to connect with it. With an HTTP connection, this is all done in plain sight and there's no encryption to be seen. So every time you log into a site that you connect to via an HTTP connection, the data you enter, your username, your password, is sent in plain text. Trust me, that's really bad. HTTPS secures this process. It encrypts the connection between the browser and the site, therefore making sure that no one can intercept the data sent between those two. So if your site is still on HTTP, you should make sure you switch to HTTPS. We've explained more on how to go about this in the reading materials. Moreover, make sure your site is hosted by a hosting company that cares about your site's security. Check if they have support to help you out with the hacked site. Check if they offer backups, redundant firewalls, malware scanning, and DDoS attack protection. A DDoS attack is an attempt to make a website unavailable by overwhelming it with traffic from multiple sources. Our list of WordPress hosts on yoast.com/WordPress hosting should be your go-to list. All the hosts listed on this page get our seal of approval when it comes to security. Also, it's really important to create regular backups of your site. Then, in the unfortunate event that your site gets hacked, you will at least have the data so you can quickly restore your site. And again, we really can't stress this enough, make sure you keep everything on your site up to date. Okay. Time to wrap things up. In this lesson, we've listed the most important and basic tips for improving security on your WordPress site. Please be aware that this is not a complete list. There are a lot more things you could do to improve your site's security. We've listed more tips in the reading materials, as well as links to useful sites and articles about WordPress security.
In the previous modules, we showed you how to create a great site with WordPress. But creating a great site isn't enough. You want people to actually visit it as well. Unfortunately, just having a good site isn't enough to make that happen. And that's where the real challenge begins. Of course, our travel bloggers can ask their friends and family to check out their site. They'll say it's very cool, and that's awesome. But this is an international travel blog we're talking about. Our bloggers, and we assume the same applies to you, are going to want to make sure that they have some traffic coming in from other sources as well. But how? Creating a WordPress site is only the first step on your way to stardom. For the other steps, you need to work on your SEO. Before we start giving you tips, let's first take a look at what SEO actually is and why you should work on it. SEO stands for Search Engine Optimization. It is the process of improving websites and content to get more traffic from search engines. SEO has an on-page part and an off-page part. On-page SEO is everything you do on your site itself to make it better. It consists of a technical part as well as a content part. Both have to be awesome for you to have a chance of doing well in the search results. Off-page SEO encompasses everything you do outside of your site to get people to visit it, like social media or organizing events. Working on your SEO means improving the chance your site will be the one people will actually visit. When you visit the WordPress homepage, you'll notice it has an illustration saying the CMS is SEO friendly. That's true, but by installing WordPress, you get a pretty good experience out of the box. A lot of basics are handled well by WordPress. But it would be a mistake to think that you're ready to rank after installing WordPress. In this module, we'll show you how to avoid this trap. We'll first tell you what WordPress does for you. We'll also explore how Yoast SEO can help, and what you have to do yourself. So, what does WordPress do out of the box? WordPress helps you get going quickly, and it's a pretty solid platform to work on. Among other things, it supports so-called pretty permalinks, so you can use SEO-friendly URLs like this one rather than this one. We've shown you how to do this earlier in the course. WordPress also supports the title tag. This makes sure that the title you entered is also rendered in the code, so the search engines know exactly where to find the all-important title of your post. Also, WordPress automatically deals with duplicate content on some pages. By that, we mean that you sometimes show the same content on different URLs. Let's consider an example. Say you sell products in different colors and sizes. You have a different URL for each product variation, but the description of the product stays the same. This may seem harmless, but as a matter of fact, it can really hurt your rankings because duplicate content confuses Google. WordPress solves this for some pages by adding a so-called canonical link, showing that one version of the page is the one you want to show in the search engines. It doesn't do this for all pages, however, but we'll get back to that in the next video. Out of the box, WordPress also redirects posts whenever you change their titles, which is very convenient. Imagine if you decide you don't like the way you framed your post. You rewrite it and then you still have the old URL which doesn't fit the contents of your post anymore. It would be very confusing for visitors and search engines alike. And lastly, a recent addition is the health check dashboard that shows you how your site is doing in a technical sense. But even with the things WordPress does automatically when it comes to SEO, WordPress still needs help. Now, it is possible to optimize your site all by yourself, but we wouldn't recommend that. It would take ages and you'd really have to know your stuff. There are tons of WordPress SEO plugins out there that can help you take care of the most important improvements, like Yoast SEO. And of course, you need to do some things yourself. In the next 2 videos, we'll explore exactly that.
In the previous video, we showed you some things that WordPress does for your SEO out of the box. But WordPress still leaves a lot of things to be done if you want your site to rank high in the search engines. Some of these things you'll have to do yourself. Other things Yoast SEO can do for you or help you with. In this video, we'll explore how you can use Yoast SEO to improve your SEO. Let's start with what we're most well known for, our green, orange and red bullets feedback. The feedback helps you optimize your post for all kinds of SEO and writing best practices. If you're writing a post, for example, it's smart to think about the search term or search terms you want that post to be found for. That's called your key phrase. We help you check whether your text is well optimized for your key phrase. Let's see how this works. If you use our plugin, you will find Yoast SEO here. After you enter your key phrase, we run a check on your content. We check, for example, how often you've used your key phrase and whether you've used them in the right spots. The feedback that comes with the bullets tells you exactly how you can improve your post. In the free plugin, you can optimize for one focus key phrase. In Yoast SEO Premium, you can optimize for synonyms and related key phrases as well. Another cool feature of Yoast SEO Premium is that it recognizes different word forms. If you optimize for the key phrase buy ballet shoes boy, for example, it will also recognize buying ballet shoes boys. This includes singulars, plurals, possessives, comparatives, and different tenses. This means you can use different forms of your focus key phrase, and the analysis will still be able to recognize them. We also check your text for readability. Readability is very important for SEO and for a successful website in general. Online writing has to grab the attention of the reader and keep it. Our readability analysis gives you feedback on how to make your copy as clear and easy to read as possible. Let's move on to another very convenient tool, the Yoast SEO Snippet Editor. Thanks to this tool, you can see your content through the eyes of the searcher. What should your post or page look like in the search results? Here you can present Google with a suggestion of what your search result should look like. Mind you, Google doesn't always copy your suggestions, but you can optimize your chances right here. Finally, I want to mention 3 more features of Yoast SEO that take away the stress of technical optimization from you. We've already mentioned that WordPress takes care of canonical links on some of your pages. Yoast SEO takes it a step further and solves canonical for all your pages. Moreover, it allows you to indicate whether you want to canonicalize very similar posts or pages, so the search engines will never be confused in case of duplicate or similar content. In that way, Yoast SEO makes sure that your content is always found under the URL you want it to be found under. We also add structured data to your pages. This code contains all kinds of information about your page and makes it easier for Google to understand who you are and what your website and individual pages are about. This allows Google to make sense of your page and maybe even show rich results for your pages, which really stand out from other results. Last but not least, Yoast SEO rolls out the red carpet for the search bots, making it super easy to crawl your site and find everything. And equally important, making sure the pages you don't want to show up in the search results are kept away from Google. In the paid version of our plugin, there are even more features. They're mainly time savers and things that make your life easier, which starts with 24/7 support, but includes convenient stuff like internal linking suggestions, which really help you organize your site quickly and intuitively. Then there's social previews, which help you manage what your post will look like on social media like Twitter and Facebook. And our redirects functionality helps you shore up your site if you want to delete or redirect pages. Now there's lots more to tell about our premium plugin, but that's not what you got this course for. The main thing to take away here is that there are lots of SEO things you don't want or need to think about. Then again, there are some things that only you can do and that you absolutely need to think about when trying to create a successful website. We're going to explore those in the next video.
In the previous videos, we showed you how WordPress and Yoast SEO can kickstart your SEO. Our plugin takes care of a lot of things and it will make your life easier. But our plugin can't do your SEO for you completely. Creating content obviously is something that you will have to do for yourself. Of course, you can outsource it, but it remains a task that requires human effort. So in this video, I'm going to tell you what you need to do for yourself to make your SEO strategy successful. So let's start with a little low-hanging fruit. What are the simple things you can do to get quick results? Well, first of all, if you decide to install Yoast SEO, you need to configure the plugin in the right way. Our configuration wizard helps you to easily configure your site to have the optimal SEO settings. Just answer the questions in the wizard and we'll implement the right settings for your website. This is really important because optimal plugin results require an optimal configuration. That makes sense, right? But let's go beyond the plugin. Even if you decide not to use it, there are lots of things you can work on yourself. For instance, you can start by choosing a good, lightweight, responsive theme that works well on all devices and doesn't come with a million features you won't use. To make your site faster, you can install a caching plugin and maybe invest in a good content delivery network, a CDN. These tools help you get your content to your readers faster. And you have to think carefully about what kinds of content you add as well. Adding images to your posts and pages, for example, makes your content come alive. But more often than not, these images turn out to be way too big. You need to optimize them. And you can do this by hand, but that's a lot of work if you have a site full of them. It's better to install an image optimization plugin that helps you to do this automatically every time you upload a picture. Remember, and we have said this before, be careful not to add too much. Sometimes site owners install dozens of plugins for everything under the sun. This can really slow down your site and maybe even pose a security risk when one of these plugins gets hacked. Only install plugins that you actually use. And in addition, please make sure to always back up your site. We can't stress this enough. Now, let's get to the bigger stuff. Some of the things you do to optimize your website simply require a lot of work and thinking. One of the most important examples is keyword research. It's a vital element of your SEO strategy. Keyword research is a process where you try to determine the search terms you want to be found for. You need to ask yourself several questions. What audience am I trying to reach? What search terms do these people use? After all, what's the use of optimizing your page for a term nobody uses? In other words, what's the use of ranking #1 for passerine when your target audience mainly searches for songbird? And there's another factor you should take into account as well, your competition. Google the key phrase you want to optimize your page for, and then check how many companies are trying to rank for the same term. How big are these companies? Would your own site fit between these results? As we've mentioned before, you're going to have to write some awesome content. Yes, our plugin gives you feedback on your writing to make sure that it's readable and SEO friendly. But still, you have to write it. And there are some things that an automated program simply cannot accurately spot, like whether your writing style is engaging and fun to read. Another thing no plugin can do for you is setting up and maintaining your site structure. This includes organizing your homepage and your menu, creating categories and tags, but also setting up a good internal linking structure. We've talked about this before, but it's especially important for SEO. Without a decent site structure, both your visitors and Google will get lost. And that's not only a waste of your efforts, but it can also be bad for your rankings. It works similarly for social previews and redirects. Our premium plugin will help you to create great posts on Facebook and Twitter, but still, they need to be written. And our redirect manager will stop you for just deleting posts, but it remains your job to determine to which new post you should redirect the old one. Whenever there are choices to be made, it's up to you to make the decisions. Okay, let's sum things up. The most important things that Yoast SEO can't do for you are keyword research, writing content, and setting up the structure of your site. Our plugin offers tools and feedback to make it easier for you to work on your SEO. But still, there's a lot to be done. It takes effort and it takes time. So don't despair if you're not ranking overnight. If you're just starting out, you're probably not the best result yet. Or maybe your rankings suffer because the competition is very stiff. That doesn't have to mean that your page isn't valuable. Maybe it will just take some time. But on the other hand, maybe you just need to put in more work into becoming the best result. In any case, put in effort and make sure your website offers a great experience for your users. If you do that, you should be on the right track. So, good luck!
Hi! In the previous modules, we told you how you can use WordPress. So now you should be ready to start building your site. But before you do, in this module, we want to tell you more about WordPress. We'll tell you how it all began and how its community helped it thrive and grow. In this video, I will take you on a quick tour of WordPress's evolution. We will see how, over time, a 19-year-old blogger's attempt to improve his own blogging experience turned into the most used CMS in the world. But this is not just a story about one man's success. It is a story about how cooperation and a community effort can lead to creating great things. So, let's begin. It all started back in 2003. Matt Mullenweg liked taking photos and sharing them online. He used an open source blogging platform that was popular back then called B2 Cafe Log. At that point, Matt was already blogging for some time. His blog was getting attention and visits were increasing. But there was a problem. The developer stopped updating back in B2 Cafe Log and he could not be reached. Matt was a blogger, so the first natural thing that came to him was to blog about it. In the historical post Blogging Software Dilemma, he wrote that he was considering taking matters into his own hands and using the B2 Cafe Log code to fork the software. I know what you may be thinking now. What is this software forking business? So let's pause the story for a second and see what it means. Software can be divided into branches that stem from the same root but go their separate ways, like a fork in the road. In open source software, developers can take source code, copy it, and create a totally different piece of software. That is how WordPress came to be, as a fork of B2 Cafe Log. Okay, back to the story. Mike Little, a developer, noticed Matt's post and commented that he would like to jump in on his idea of forking B2. And that was it. That is how the two began writing the first page of WordPress history. Of course, WordPress did not magically become the CMS we know and love today. It went through a really massive evolution over the years. To give you an idea of just how massive these changes were, let's take a look at the most prominent WordPress versions and how they evolved. Note that we mention the most significant changes, but each version came with many more different features that we just don't have the time to name here. Our journey begins with WordPress version 0.7. What you see here is what WordPress looked like at the beginning. Looks quite different, don't you think? Back in that version, there was not much you could do besides blog. There was not even a dashboard in this version. Basically, all you could do was write a post, set its visibility and comment options, and put it in a single category. You could not even view your posts in the front at this point. Now, we all have our reasons why we love WordPress, but almost everyone agrees that features such as plugins, widgets, and themes are what make it so cool. So where are they in this evolutionary timeline? Plugins made their appearance, as we know them today, almost a full year after the launch of WordPress. The version 1.2 that introduced a robust plugin system was called Mingus, after Charles Mingus, the American jazz bassist, pianist, and composer. Fun fact, Matt studied jazz and he's a passionate jazz fan, and so are many other core contributors. So almost each WordPress version is named after a jazz legend. It took another year and a few updates for the plugin repository to be created in version 1.5. This version also brought an improved and extended theme system, and it introduced the dashboard. Still, the look of WordPress was quite far from what we know today. The first significant redesign of the backend user interface came with version 2.0, named after Duke Ellington, in 2005. In the 2 years that followed, the updates focused on fixing bugs and security issues. In the 2.2 version of 2007, which is around the time I started to contribute to WordPress myself, WordPress got its widgets. Its successor, version 2.3, called Dexter, made it possible to add tags to posts. So you see by now that changes were happening slowly and systematically, and they were no longer based only on the needs of a couple of individuals. A community with ideas and a willingness to dedicate time to WordPress was forming. In 2008, WordPress got some heavy makeup on the user interface, and it began to look more like its present version. In 2008, the new release 2.7, called Coltrane, introduced an admin menu that resembles the one we have today. This version was a great departure from the first version that appeared in 2003. All this change, the multiple improvements and updates, would not have been possible without the growing community. In 2010, 218 contributors worked on version 3.0, which was a great turning point in WordPress history. Version 3.0 brought custom post types and custom taxonomies. By this point, it was undeniable that WordPress had grown out of its blogging platform origins, and it was morphing into a powerful CMS. It was also around this time that WordPress got a mobile app for on-the-go posting and editing. We fast forward to 2013, when the 3.8 Parker version brought a brand new design. And if you look at this screenshot, you can probably already see glimpses of the latest, current version. In the years that followed, dedicated WordPress developers worked tirelessly on major and minor improvements to the user experience and security. Recently, the release of WordPress 5.0 shook up the WordPress world. Why was that? Because the new block editor replaced the beloved classic editor you wrote posts and pages in. If you are new to WordPress, the classic editor will not mean much to you, but for people who have been with it from the start, it was a dramatic change. So, what was the famous classic editor like? It was actually much like Microsoft Word or another word processing software, and that made it kind of easy to use due to its familiar functionalities. But it also came with some of the frustrations you see in the word processing software world. Have you ever tried to align images and text to appear side by side and repeatedly failed until you gave up in frustration? Well, that would happen in the classic editor as well. If you wanted to add a button in the classic editor, you would need to use some code. If you need a table, you'd need to get a plugin. With the new block editor, also known as Gutenberg, you can do everything with blocks. You need text and images side by side? No problem, use the media and text block. You want to add a table or a button? Sure, no sweat, use the button or table blocks. Each content element has its own block and it makes the editing of the content super easy. If you followed our course, I'm sure you saw how easy it is to create content with the block editor. Even more exciting is that the Gutenberg block editor is just the start of a much grander project. The next big change should affect page templates, and in the final stage, WordPress will become a full site customizer. So the future shines bright for WordPress as new features appear on the horizon. When you look back at how WordPress started and what it has grown into, you can see that the changes have indeed been quite dramatic. It began as a joint effort of two like-minded individuals, and it steadily grew its base of contributors. WordPress 5.0 Bebo had 432 contributors listed. That's 432 people that made a meaningful contribution to just one release. In later videos in this section, you'll also learn about WordCamps, the conferences about WordPress, which have grown to huge conferences with thousands of people celebrating and collaborating on and with WordPress. With continuously improved features, the number of users naturally grew as well. WordPress currently powers approximately 34.5% of all websites on the web. This makes it more than 12 times bigger than the second biggest CMS. So, remember when I mentioned in the beginning that this is a story about the power of community? I think that's what WordPress is a textbook example of. Starting small and becoming a giant that continues to grow. In the next lesson, we will learn more about the WordPress community, how it came to be, and how it is thriving.
Hey, look at how far you've come! With 7 modules under your belt, by now you understand how to work with WordPress and create a fantastic site. But before we let you go ahead and discover the exciting WordPress world on your own, there's one more thing to tell you about, and that's the WordPress community. You've heard us mention it before, and maybe you've wondered, what is this mysterious community they are talking about? Where is it located? Who is part of it? And most importantly, why are people part of this community? Well, I have some good news. In this video, we will answer those questions for you. When I say WordPress community, what do you imagine? For some, it may sound like this mysterious exclusive club. Only knowledgeable and experienced people are allowed in. But guess what? The WordPress community is enormous, diverse in age, gender and profile, and it's spread out all over the world. The people in this community are passionate about free, open source software and the philosophy behind it. They are all dedicated to making WordPress better for all of us. Also, the community has quite a reputation for being open and welcoming. And yes, anyone can be part of it, including you. Yes, okay, but where's the catch? How is everything free and open? Are these people just giving away their time for free? A short answer would be that WordPress and its community have a nurturing give and take relationship. We already told you about open source software, how awesome it is, and why we are also proudly taking part in it. WordPress is also open source software. That means that you can use it for free. You already knew that. But at the same time, you can also make money with WordPress. Let's look at an example. You use themes to make your site look good, right? And sure, there are many themes available for free. But for someone who wants to take their website one step beyond, a paid theme may be the way to go. There's demand for themes beyond the theme repository in WordPress. So there are companies or freelancers that supply these themes. Take ThemeForest, for instance. It is a website where companies and freelancers can sell their theme designs and earn money from it. Or how about our own example? Yoast is a plugin dedicated to SEO that you can use in WordPress. It has a free and a paid premium version. So yes, we have a company, offices and people on a payroll. And there are a ton of other companies that make a variety of useful plugins. All of us give to WordPress and try to make it better. but WordPress also gives back to us by providing our livelihood. You see, with this kind of setup, everyone has the interest to make WordPress the best possible CMS it can be. The more people use WordPress, the more demand there will be for high-quality plugins, themes, and consultants. For many WordPress fans, profit is not the most important reason to be part of the WordPress community though. Sharing, learning, growing, developing, coming together, these are the words you will most often hear from WordPress fans and contributors. I said that people aim to improve WordPress, but how exactly do you do that? Do you need to be hired by WordPress? Do you need to apply somewhere or know someone who knows someone? Well, the short answer is anyone can contribute. And yes, that includes you. At this point, you may be thinking, but I'm not a developer. I don't know anything about programming. How could I contribute? Or you may say, but I just started using WordPress. What do I know about it? Remember when I said that WordPress community is diverse? There are people with all kinds of backgrounds and knowledge levels that bring their skills to the table. Developers are just part of it. Other ways to contribute are, for example, translating WordPress core, themes, or plugins. You could also help organize events, answer support questions, help out with design issues, and so much more. How do contributions work? There are various ways, but the easiest might be by attending a contributor day. During a contributor day, visitors are usually divided into teams. Sometimes these contributor days are more technically oriented. Other times they are much more diverse. Check out make.wordpress.org page and see all the options for yourself. We at Yoast, for instance, regularly contribute to WordPress. Our founder, Yoast has been a contributor to WordPress core for over 10 years now. And other members of our team have also contributed to WordPress core. Remkes, Anton, Andrea, Jip, Taco, Caroline and Andy are just some of our contributors. But others, like Taco and Karen, have been very active in organizing events. Now we know you may think, yes, but you people work in a company that has a tight relationship with WordPress. I cannot just join out of nowhere. Well, our UX designer, Tim, who you saw in one of our previous videos, he has an interesting story. Even though he was already working at Yoast, he too thought that he had nothing to contribute. So he went to a WordPress contributor day very reluctantly. But rather quickly, he realized that not only there was a lot to learn at the event, he also could contribute right there on the spot. He started working on a design task. And after that, he became a regular and important contributor. The moral of this story is everyone, no matter the level of experience or background, has some skill that has a place under the WordPress sun. Would you also like to become part of the WordPress family? In the next video, we will tell you about some of the easiest ways you can do that.
Now that you know that WordPress community has open arms for anyone who likes to join, you might be considering taking the leap and just doing it. But where do you start? In short, all you have to do to be part of the WordPress community is to show up. Well, show up where, you ask? Let me tell you where to find the community both offline and online. Let's start offline. You could find the community by joining a local WordPress meetup. Meetups are informal events where WordPress enthusiasts from all walks of life come together. The format of these meetups can be very different. Most often there's a talk by someone from the WordPress community. Other meetups focus more on the networking aspect, getting to know your fellow WordPressers and maybe building your next business relationship. Sometimes the meetups can be more focused on contributing to WordPress directly. We at Yoast, for example, organize a contributor day in our office every once in a while. During those days, we work on various aspects of the WordPress project. Joining a meetup or contributor day can be a comfortable and relaxing way to break the ice and enter the vast WordPress world. And yes, they usually are completely free. You can find the official WordPress meetups through meetup.com. That's also where you can sign up for them. But if you're really up for an exciting adventure, you can attend a WordCamp. There are local, regional and flagship WordCamps. WordCamps are like Meetups, but bigger, and instead of a single evening, which is most common for Meetups, WordCamps usually last a full day, or even multiple days. Usually, there are many talks or workshops by peers you can attend, and WordCamps are often preceded or followed by a contributor day. To learn how to contribute, simply join the team you want to help and they will help you get started. By joining, you will not only help others, but you will also learn a lot. As an added bonus, you will directly experience how WordPress is created and what goes on behind the scenes. All of this while having fun. How much better can it get? It does get better, because besides being educational, WordCamps are also a lot of fun. There are stands by various companies with goodies and presentations, loads of food, amazing people, great parties and so much more. And WordCamps are not free, but the ticket prices are very reasonable. WordCamps rely heavily on volunteers helping during the event. So if you want to help your local WordCamp, or if just going feels a bit too scary, volunteering can be a great way of joining the WordPress community offline. If we've managed to convince you to join an event, check out meetup.com or the WordPress Events and News widget on your WordPress dashboard. You will be able to see an event overview and pick the one you want. In the reading materials for this lesson, we will share with you some useful links that can help you get started. If going to an event makes you too anxious, you can also start online, join the forums or the Make WordPress Slack or check out Track, and experience the openness and the warmth of the WordPress community we are talking about so enthusiastically. Now that you're taking the first step and learning about how to create with WordPress, we want to encourage you. Don't be afraid to explore. Join an online discussion, go to an event and see for yourself what the fuss is about. You won't be disappointed. Take advantage of all those endless opportunities to learn, meet new people and become part of a great big family. And whatever your motivation is, whether learning more about the software, meeting people or learning about broader topics, becoming part of the WordPress community will be a rewarding experience.